is here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello everybody and welcome to Live at the Bike, presented to you by the Bicycle Casino here in Bell Gardens, California. The first and only webcast of live action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen and I'm here with David Tuckman. How are you doing tonight, Dave?
Excellent.
I know that you are still disappointed about SU's loss yesterday.
I'm over it, actually.
Well, yeah, and I could tell when you were wearing a big orange man hat when you walked into the casino this afternoon.
I'm not a fair weather fan, you know? Show my allegiance off.
Well, this game is 2040 Limit Hold'em, game that we actually did for the first time last week, and I think it went pretty well. It's the game that you and I are pretty familiar with in terms of usually the players and the play. It's a game that we play a lot. And of course, it's Limit Hold'em, so each street is capped by the limit of the betting, and the first two rounds are $20 bets, and the turn in the river are $40 bets, and we cap it at 4 bets.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go around and introduce the people at the table.
In seat 1 there, we've got Rick.
Of course, people are familiar with Rick, Nebbiolo.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
2+2 poster.
Okay, and seat 2, we've got Eric Schimpf, known by everybody as ECS. And number 3, we've got Hank Sparks, known as Sparky. And seat 4, we've got Jim. There he is, Jim. And seat 5, we've got Grace. And there she is. And everybody knows her as Action Gracie. Seat 7, we got Tony. Yes. And seat 7, we got George Durham. And there's George. And seat 8, we've got Ernie Sebastian. And, yep, there he is. Look at Ernie. Good-looking guy he is. And seat 9, we got Kim Huang. And there he is, Kim.
What's seat 7's name again, Dave?
George Durham.
George is another one of these 2+2 spies. Similar to Michael Davis a few weeks ago. He's seen the show, and I think he's a poster, and he's decided to come down and play for the first time.
Yeah, we got pocket tens there. Tony's picked up pocket tens.
Cocktails.
And someone's got ace-jack here, though, seat 2.
Seat 2.
So he's got top 2 pairs.
And there we go.
I don't really, Dave, I don't necessarily like the flat call here by pocket tens, in a limit game especially. 2 overcards.
And now 3 overcards.
And now 3 overcards. He does have a queen and ring of a straight, but, again, it's one of these things where a lot of people will take one off when they don't, and he calls again. It's just,
he calls off, he's being stubborn here.
Yeah.
He's got a couple outs, actually, a 10 or a queen, and it doesn't come.
I do not believe seat 9 is in the hand. No.
You got me this time. Call.
Wow, Dave. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, man.
That's one of my favorite things. I love when people say, "You got me, but I've got a call."
Dave and I are familiar with several people at this table. Rick, Grace. If we're going to see play by seat 6 like that, I think we're going to have a fun night. If someone's going to call all the way down pocket tens with 3 overcards, it's...
I think it's pretty bad. It happens all the time in this game.
Yeah.
We're going to have a deal of change. It happens all the time in the 20 game. And actually, pretty much every Limit Hold'em game that I've ever seen, you always have 1 or 2 calling stations in these games where they just, they're just going to, if they get a good hand, they don't care, they're going to pay you off.
Right.
And you kind of just got to make a mental note when you sit down with this person, do not bluff seat 6.
Uh-huh. Now, pocket tens is a little bit different because sometimes pocket tens can win on its own, but when you have people who come in a limit game with mid-level pocket pairs, 5s, 6s, 7s, whatever, and they don't hit their set, they almost never have odds, the correct odds to take one off. And you see people do it time and time and again. They don't hit their set, and they'll take one off, Dave, which really is mathematically incorrect, and it's going to have a negative expectation in the long run.
Yeah,
Again, you're drawing the 2 outs, so it's about 23-1.
And the button, as you see it there, button is in seat 9. Just a quick reminder of how we play Limit Hold'em. The button is the dealer button, and that moves around in a counterclockwise, actually clockwise manner.
Clockwise
Thank
manner,
you.
yeah.
And there it is, the dealer button. Flop of Ace, King, King.
Rick's
And,
got ace 10 offsuit in seat 1 here. Small blind. He's going to
pretty-
lead right out.
And I don't think anybody else can call him here.
See what's that.
And Rick's going to take it down.
And again, seat 6 playing a 7-8 offsuit, and seat 8 playing 6-9 suited. Like I said, I think we're going to see a lot of chips getting pushed around here at the table.
And just a quick little reminder of Limit Hold'em now. So the button gets moved around. Now it goes from seat 9. You see clockwise it moves to seat 1 in Rick's position. And what happens is we have a couple of blind bets in there. That's not an anti-game. You get blind bets where the small blind in seat 2, ECS, is going to put in $10, and Sparky in seat 3 is going to put in $20. And now to call that bet, you have to put 20 in. If you want to raise it, you put 40, or obviously you have the option to fold.
And for those of you that are not familiar with our chips, the yellow chips are $5 chips, and the blue chips are $1 chips. And those are the only two chips types that we're going to see here
Exactly.
at this table. So it's
And
a 4-8 chip structure, Dave. So there's a lot of chips that go in the pot. 4 because it's $20, 4 times 5.
Right, and the 20 game is often a very big action game because it looks like there's a lot of chips in play and it
Right.
gets some action there. Two people have picked up middle pair.
And Rick is going to lead out with his 10 on the button. I like that bet. Did someone say raise it? Ooh. Seat 6 is going to check raise with pocket 8s.
And this might actually work here.
Well, unless Rick doesn't believe him, I was going to say he has got 5 outs to help his hand, but
Rick doesn't have much here, though. Rick's
That's-
only got, Grace has only got a pair of 5s, and she's going to
look at this. Grace leads. Wow.
She's
Well,
going to play like
the
King helped her.
and she might actually get take the hand. Now Rick's got a straight draw now too with the 10, but Rick and Grace are really familiar, so Rick might not be able to fall for this with Grace.
2 players.
That's why you're seeing Rick call all the way down. And look at this, Dave. Grace has got her set on the river. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I actually question the call there by Rick.
I do. I question the call also.
If he's going to make the play there, let him raise.
Right.
It's a raise or fold type play there. If he doesn't believe her, then raise it. If you do believe her, then fold it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he's just drawing to pretty much a 10 because a jack's scary too because
Yeah.
a queen gives out the
Well,
straight draw.
unless he was just going to call her all the way down because she didn't believe her.
Show my hand.
And now she's going to show the 5s.
And there's a bluff that's gone right.
Yeah. Rick can't be
I always
pleased
like to
about
look
that.
at it and go, well, I bluffed it quite well.
So Rick was probably pretty pleased with himself that he thought he had the right read there, and then ended up.
He should have raised. If he raised on the turn, he might take it away from her.
Yeah,
right
he
there
would have
then.
taken it away from her, I'm sure. I mean, even though Grace is action, she's not going to call a raise.
She knows she's drawn to 2 outs then.
And Dave and I are very, very familiar with the way that Grace plays. She'll continue to bet until you raise her. If she has pocket 2s, Dave, and she brought the hand in for a raise, which she might do sometimes, even under the gun, if the board is ace, king, queen, she doesn't shut down. She's going to continue to bet. Bet, bet, bet. Jam, jam, jam. So, it wasn't... And actually, the only way that she was going to win that hand was to bet, so... I think it was more, I fault Rick for calling, like you said, more than Grace betting there.
Raise it.
There's an old saying. They say you can raise with any old 2 cards, but to call you have to have a real hand.
Right. Looks like the big blind raised here, Dave.
4 players.
And we got to
Big
see
blind raised.
four-way action.
And the big blind is in seat 4.
And seat 4 had queen 5 offsuit, and he raised out of the big blind, Dave.
Hey, well, it's he's got a queen of hearts and a 5 of diamonds, which means he's actually got 2 flush draws.
yeah.
Raise.
That is not a move that Dave and I would recommend doing, especially out of the blinds. Usually you can't just drive somebody totally out of the pot, and seat 8's got a king here, so... And now he's got a flush draw, so he's not going anywhere, Dave. Wow, and do we have the cards right? Yeah, we do, Dave. And I always question, do we have the cards right here, Dave? It's just amazing to me. Can he call here on the river, Dave? With queen high?
Obviously not.
And Evelyn had the cards right.
Oh, okay.
It was queen 5 offsuit, and he called a bet on the turn. And sometimes people get caught up in limit, like, and think it's just one extra bet. So what the hell? What if I spike a queen, which in that case wasn't even good? You know?
I can understand that when you're looking at go, what if I spike, but what exactly is he looking to spike?
Yeah, that was a little bit.
Well, hey, some people just want to. Some people are there to gamble and they want to give away their money. And who am I to? I've always maintained if you're playing with your own chips and your own money, you play them the way you want to play them.
Now, most people here will stack their chips in 20 chip denominations, so each yellow stack is $100. A full rack is $500. So if you see a whole rack filled, it's $500.
Right.
Rick looks like he's got about, I don't know, maybe 1,500, 2,000 in front of him in seat 1. And when we talk about seat numbers, Dave, we're going from the dealer's left, or from this perspective, to the dealer's right, around in a clockwise manner, 1 through 9.
There's 1. Yeah. There'd be 2.
2.
And 3, and so forth around the table.
Yeah. So if we're referring that way, that's what we're doing.
Kim Huang, obviously, around the table. He'd be in seat 9 there. And if you can count his stacks, he's got about $700.
Grace has 6-8, and she's going to lead with second pair here from seat 5.
2 of it.
And seat 6 is called the King Queen offsuit, just over cards. It's picked up a gut shot straight draw now here too, Dave. Remember, this is limit, so we're looking at, I don't know how many bets, maybe 12 or 14 bets.
He's got about 10 outs here, and he's not hit his out, obviously.
Nope. Grace is going to continue to lead, Dave.
Well, she's got the
with
best
her
hand.
6.
Can't knock her.
Yeah.
She's one of those players, like you said. She's going to bet until you tell her she's going to bet with the best hand until you let her know that it's not the best hand.
It's not. Well, exactly. Well, she's going to bet with a hand that she is going to. If she brings a hand in for a raise, she's going to bet regardless of what comes on the flop. And if she's the flop better, in this case she was out of the big blind, she's going to continue to bet until, like you said, until she gets some sort of indication that.
Right. Well, if somebody's not going to play back at her, she's going to assume has the best hand. Now sometimes you can play a very effective player against her if you have a really good hand, you can let her take the lead and let her know much later on.
Yeah, you can almost wait till the river to raise.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually I don't do that because you can make extra money, but if you know that she's going to fold to a raise anyways, you might as well just wait till the last street.
Right.
You know.
And Rick's picked up pocket 8s there in seat 1. Seat 4. Jim's got Jack 3.
Five-way action.
And he picks up top pair, but so does Grace. Grace picks up top pair with the Jack.
And Grace checks it. I'm going to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see a check raise here, Dave. But look at this. The button's going to raise, though.
Well, he's
with
got
the
top
Jack,
pair.
yep.
And a backdoor flush draw.
And she's going to 3-bet. Now, the pot was 100 pre-flop. Now we're looking at three bets from 3 people, so pot's 280 now if the guy calls. No, he's going to cap it. So.
Well, I got a good inclination from Jim. I spoke to him before the
pot's 340 right now.
I was talking to Jim beforehand, and he saw ace deuce of spades. And look,
C-Dave's got the flush.
Straight, and he picked up the straight flush draw.
And he got the flush.
And his straight flush draw.
Let's see, and this is the fault that we have with Grace's game, Dave, is that she never really does late. Although she does have the queen of clubs, and she's going to actually take the bet. She's going to take the pot down, and I didn't notice that right off the bat, but. So I think is she going to lead out, or is she going to check and call? No, she's going to lead.
She's going to lead out and see if she raises her.
And she hit it on the river.
Good, and he hits it on the river.
Wow.
That's always funny. I always hear people bemoaning, going, "Oh God, what a river." Well, let's be honest. If the turn wasn't there,
right,
he wouldn't have won the hand. So it's
right.
It's a 7-card game, and people seem to forget that.
And then when she has top pair with a queen of clubs, I mean, it's a proper call there on the turn. But just like I said, Grace is one of these action players where she has a very, very aggressive style. It's a style that feels comfortable for her. My only criticism of these types of players, and this happens with Grace sometimes, is they won't let a hand down that's obviously beat, Dave.
Yeah, in that case, I can't. Well, in that case, it was strange. She's actually drawing at a lot fewer outs than she thought because she had a club, 2 clubs in his hand. 2 other clubs would give him a straight flush.
Right.
For no good.
Yeah.
So she was down to about 5 outs there.
Y'all stay away. I'll be nice.
So that pot was about $500 right there. So, it's kind of like we do these no limit games, but every pot in this game is almost at least 200, Dave. Every single one.
And Rick's picked up a queen there, but Seat 4 has the king 3. Actually, he's out of the hand. Oh, he's in there. He shows it. There he is. He's got top pair.
This was the guy that capped it with Jack 3 last hand and kept calling guy all the way down.
Well, I spoke to him before the before the game.
Oh, Rick's got trips. Let's see if he does a check raise here, Dave. No, he's going to lead right out. And he says 2-bet. So he's going to raise here just with the king. And I'm probably going to see Rick go into a check. Maybe a check call mode here. Or if he thinks the guy's really erratic, maybe maybe he pumps it up again.
I got to be honest. I'd pump this up one more time. I mean, the way Seat 4's been playing.
You might even see maybe a check raise here on the river, Dave. If you really didn't think the guy had a queen. No, it's going to get checked down.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty It's pretty almost too safe play there, to be honest with you.
Well,
just by seeing what
the guy's been showing down.
Well,
right?
what Jim's been showing here.
Yeah.
And look, I got to finish this one point. I was talking to Jim beforehand.
Yeah.
And he goes, I showed him ace deuce of spades. I was trying to show everybody at the table how to put their cards on so we can see them properly and so forth. And I had ace deuce of spades there. And he goes, "Ooh, can I keep those?" I goes, "You really want them?" He goes, "Oh yeah, all night. I'll take them all night." So right then and there, I go, "Okay, this guy likes ace deuce of spades." I go, "Okay, we'll see what kind of player he is."
Right. Like I said, a suited ace in a limit game might be worth 1-bet from the last 2 or 3 positions, but you see way too many people playing suited aces from up front, like ace 4, ace 5. And they really don't have. I don't think they really have a lot of value from up front, Dave.
No, I don't like ace rag.
An ace rag offsuit is just. I mean, if you see somebody playing that hand from up front, then you really know what kind of player they are.
Oh,
an ace 4, ace 3 offsuit or something from up front is amazing. Looks like we got 2-way action here.
Well, Sparky's picked up nothing.
He's got an open-ended straight draw.
Actually, no, that's two's got it. That's ECS has got the open-ended straight draw.
And he leads and he gets ace queen to
that's a good and well, ace queen. The only card you really don't want to see out there is the king.
Right.
If it comes out, it kind of slows you down right away.
Yep. Of course, everyone can email us at live@thebike.com, and we're going to get your emails in before 8:30. And what we've been doing is during right after our table talk session, Dave, we will read the emails right around 9:15 or 9:30 and answer your questions, comments, suggestions.
Really?
And of course, the archives are up, and there's a subscription price, but the value is outstanding. Hundreds of hours of taped live poker, plus an instructional DVD, and many more new features coming your way. Subscribe now for the early bird special. $14.95 gets you all the poker action, and you click on the archive banner.
We got a raise
right-hand
from Seat 2, a raise from ECS.
Click on the
archive. He's going to raise with pocket jacks.
Archive banner on the right side of your screen.
And good old Tony's going to give him a call there. I mean, you can't blame him. He's got ace-9 of hearts.
Somebody made it 3 bets. Seat 6, I think, made it 3 bets.
Oh, did he? Okay.
And Seat 2 is going to cap it from up front with jacks.
And Sparky is calling him the whole way with pocket 8s. And Sparky's a pretty solid player, but I don't like the call here.
Right, you're not getting odds to hit your set in a limit game here, Dave. You don't want to see a that for 4 bets pre-flop.
Jacks are still good, but it's not a great flop for him. He's got to be a little scared of the queens.
He leads.
I like the bet. Let's see what Sparky does with it.
This is the type of thing, Sparky. He really. You're okay, he mucked him. Okay.
2 players.
You should not call that. And I don't care if he's got 4 bets invested or not. There's the ace. So Seat 6 has got the best hand.
Tony's picked up the hand there. He's got the best hand. He's got the ace. And now the jacks have a couple of outs. Jack or a king is going to give him the win.
Ooh, and the jack comes. The only thing is it might slow some action down here, Dave.
Well, it's a backdoor flush, so it's not...
Well, it's a straight, though. A king is a straight up on the board. Yep. And it is going to get checked down.
And they check, and the jacks are going to win.
We got jacks.
Good hand.
So it was capped before the flop, Dave, just to go through how people can actually keep track of the amount of money. It's so easy in this game. It was capped before the flop, so it's 4 times 20 times the amount of players. There were 4 people. I think there were 3 people in cap, so that's 240 just on that street alone, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple of callers on the flop that made it 340, and 2 callers on the turn 420. So the pot was 420 because, of course, the bet goes up by double after the turn on the river.
That's why it's real expensive to put $80 in pre-flop
Right.
With pocket eights in hopes of just hitting your 8
Right.
is a quick way to lose money.
Because we talk about you need to really have odds of at least 8 or 9 to 1, and there's no way you're going to make $720. I mean, you could, but the actual flop, it's even more than that because, you know, I mean, the chances that you're going to spike your set on the flop are what with 3
About
cards?
7.5 to 1.
7.5 to 1, okay.
3 players.
Usually it's not the best play to put in with them.
And ECS has got top pair with a jack kicker. And he's going to fire right away. Grace doesn't have much here. And she throws it away. And Ernie's going to throw his hand away, too. His ace is obviously no good there. And ECS takes it down. He shows his 10. It's always interesting when people start showing their cards. It's like a fear that people might think they're bluffing. There's a close-up of George.
2+2 George, that's what we're
2 plus 2 George.
Yep.
And it's always interesting. I'm not a big fan of showing my cards. I know some people like to show because they don't want to think that they don't want anybody to think that they're bluffing or stealing. My attitude is, hey, let them think I'm stealing. I don't care. I want to always keep people guessing. If there was ever advice I could hear, Dewey Tomkos had the same advice, and I say never show your cards. Ever.
Rick is bitching about the beat that Grace gave. Grace thought that Rick was on a draw, and Rick's like, "What draw?"
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. Rick can whine all he wants. Maybe we'll bring out the cheese if he wants to. But in all honesty, he dug his own grave there. He's calling with a 10. There's an ace and a king on the board, and he's calling the whole way with a 10.
On the river, God, please give me a 5.
Well, unless he put it on a total bluff, Dave.
Well, then he's got a razor.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got an 8-6 deuce. A couple of people picks up the deuce.
C3's got a 10 of clubs.
And Grace is going to bet with nothing. She's the only one that has, not only does she have nothing, but she has no draw. But she's the one who's going to bet. And a couple of calls there.
That's not good news. I would. The funny thing is,
ECS, Sparky, and actually, seat 4, Jim's got top pair.
wow, and everyone takes a free card. See if Grace tries to bet out here on the river. No.
Well, it's not going to work.
ECS bets out from seat 2, and he's got pair of 2s.
Jim's going to take it down. He's got top pair, the king kicker.
Yep.
He's actually got 2 pair, kings and 8s and
Got the
6s
Yep.
with the king kicker.
You know, it was funny. I wanted to see. Well, Grace was from behind in that situation, so she took a free card on the turn. But you know, when we say that if she led at that flop and she got maybe 2 or 3 callers, and then a club didn't come on the turn, and she was from up front, I wouldn't be surprised to see her bet again on the turn,
Yeah,
Dave.
I wasn't surprised by her play that, to be honest, because
Yeah.
that's one of those things where I understand if Grace is going to bet with a pair, or even a semi-bluff.
Yeah.
But that was one of those pure steals.
Uh-huh.
She had no hand, no pair, no draw, no nothing. So she was taking one stab at it to see if maybe nobody had a club.
Right.
Once she gets called by 3 players, she knows she's beaten at least one spot, if not all spots.
Raise it.
And Ernie's going to raise it. Ernie's a pretty solid player there, and he's going to raise it with looks like 2 jacks. And Sparky's going to call him with king queen.
I don't like that call with king queen offsuit.
And this is interesting. Look at this, Jim. We're going to call him Action Jim now. I really like him. He's made it 3 bets with 9 deuce of spades.
9 deuce of spades out of the blind. He likes to re-raise out of the blind with inferior hands, Dave.
They're suited. And those of you at home can sense my sarcasm. But he has 9 deuce of spades.
And a seat
it's a
6
good
with
blackjack
king 9 offsuit, that's not profitable for 4 bets. It's not profitable for 1 bet, Dave.
But you know what? If seat 4, if Jim plays it right, he has a chance to win this hand. There is an ace out there.
But he checked it, though.
Yeah.
He checked it. Unbelievable. And he's going to call. He's going to check and call.
Hey, well,
it's amazing.
He's got the spade draw still. And now he's got a paired.
Backdoor spade draw. That goes out the window.
Well, there goes. But he's got a pair of deuces.
The thing with seat 8 is, it was checked to him, so he bet.
Well, what is Sparky doing in there with that, though?
I know, with king queen, he's got a gut shot straight.
He's got a gut shot straight. He can't think he doesn't know his king and queen are good, but he's got to put Ernie did raise before the flop.
Dave, seat 4's check raising here on the turn with his pair of 2s.
Well,
He's checked raised.
It's not a bad play. Let's see how it works. Let's look at the hand here. Ernie's
It's very difficult for jacks to call here.
Right.
Yeah.
Ernie's only got jacks. You know, he's got to put somebody on an ace here. Probably thinks his jacks are no good. He might muck it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, look at him. He's going to go, shoot, my jacks are no good. And you know what? Sparky, the deuce is actually a better hand than Sparky's hand right now.
And Sparky calls on the gut shot.
And look at that. You know the funniest thing here?
Oh, we're not. And seat 8 isn't going to get to see the hand though, Dave.
But Jim
Unbelievable.
Jim had the best hand there, and you know, I'm not a big advocate for the play, but if you're going to make the play, you better raise it.
Yep.
I like to say 9 deuce, good blackjack hand.
Well, you know, if you're going to raise out of the big blind with the garbage hand and you have an ace that comes, you better. I think you got to fire out or even check raise. I mean, he checked and called. It's a little bit surprising.
You know
Unless he
what,
was
though?
trying to set up a play on the turn, though. You know. It's,
well, let's analyze this. I'm going to ask you something. If he had pocket aces, it'd be an expected play. Now he
Right.
flops his ace. He doesn't want to bet out. He wants to slow play it.
right.
I mean, he played it like he had pocket aces, right? If you think about the way he played it, he waited till the check raise on the turn, where it was a bigger bet, and he sort of played it that way.
He's out.
Although people have been watching how he has showed down a few hands, though, Dave, and I can't put the guy on anything.
Well, we've seen a lot more than they've seen. Let's be honest. You know,
Now C8's got pocket aces. He's going to raise.
yeah, the play might not work on this one, and he's going to call with. He's got
He's got 3-5 offsuit from the small blind, Dave. Ooh, now aces hit. Now aces really hits a set of aces.
and
Grace is called with a suited connector.
George has got a gut shot.
Who's got a gut shot?
Seat 7 if he's in there. I'm not sure if he's in there. No, he's not.
No,
Okay.
he's not. No.
Pocket is, wow.
Thank you, sir.
You can't download this, I mean, and just watch it later, or?
Yeah, I mean, I got to agree. The way that the hand actually played out, it just that I can't believe that someone who would do that with 2-9 suited would be thinking, well, I'm going to represent aces by doing that. I think it might be a little bit too advanced, but it actually ended up working out. Maybe I'm not giving the guy enough credit, Dave, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to demean him. I mean,
Right.
It was a nice play. He raised out of the big blind, representing a big hand, and then the way he played it out, you know, really showed to me. I would have put him on aces. I certainly would have mucked my jacks. I mean, I got to be honest.
oh yeah, I would definitely muck my jacks too. Yeah.
Sparky put an awful lot of money in there on a queen. He can't think his king or queen are good. He's got to put the guy on an ace. So which is
Question
wrong
is, if a
with
king or
Jack.
queen comes in the end, does he call a single bet?
I might change
You know,
my
it's.
mind. Only the first time they've played in hours.
Well, now he looks like seat 4. He's going to 3-bet with ace 4 suited, Dave,
Well, it's suited.
on the button.
And seat 7, George, has got 3-5. They should team up and maybe get a straight flush at the fin too.
Seat 3 was the initial raiser with pocket 9s.
And seat 3 still has the best hand there.
And Dave, seat 6 calling with ace 5 offsuit for 3 bets on the big blind. I don't like that.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you. And he calls with ace 5. Wow.
Seat 7's actually picked up George. And seat 7's picked up a gut shot, straight draw.
On the internet.
9's still in the lead here.
9s are in the lead. That might be why he's checking calling, maybe thinking that his 9s are good, and he's going to lead right out, Dave. See if someone might have a jack.
Well, they both checked to him. Jim's going to call with the ace 4. He's got a few outs. He's got an ace or a... Well, actually, the ace is not going to be an out now because the other ace is there, and he's got a 5.
He's got an ace 5.
And George is still going to call. He's looking for he's looking for a 5, maybe a 3.
He's got a pair and a gut
5,
shot.
a 3, or a 6.
And there's the 9s. You've got to feel really good about a hand now, Dave.
Well, yeah, he's got
Got the set on the
there's
turn.
no flush
got
out
set
there.
on the river. Yep.
And he's going to bet it.
Let's see what kind of calls we're going to see here, Dave. We're going to see a call from ace 4, ace 5. Nope.
Ace 4 knows when he's beat. Ace 5 knows when he's beat. And George can't really call this here. But Willie, pot's
Come on,
pretty
2
big.
plus 2 is going to have to give him hell if he calls here. Now he lays it down. I mean, the pot is big, Dave, but I mean, there's a certain time when you have to figure that there's absolutely no way that you can win.
Oh, yeah,
You know?
without a doubt.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of chasing down better hands.
I don't like the call from up front with 3-5 suited. I don't like the call for 3 bets with ace 5 offsuit. I don't like the 3 bet with ace 4 suited. The only thing that really was straightforward in that hand was the pocket 9s raising from the cutoff.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing they're playing with their money and not your money.
Right.
I think if they were playing with their money, you'd go out there and start yelling at them. But they're playing with their money, so they can play the way they want to.
Now, what's his name?
Hey,
Sparky in seat 3?
Sparky's in seat 3.
He's got ace-10 suited, ace-10 clubs. He's going to raise.
He's going to raise. He's in late position. I like the raise. And Jim's going to call with Jack-10 offsuit. And three-handed.
King-5 offsuit for seat 6.
And Sparky's hit top pair there.
You gotta like it when you raise with an ace with a decent kicker and you hit it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the 10 kicker, but they are suited. He is in late position, and well, he certainly has the best hand.
Now King-5 has got.
He's got a runner straight possibility.
Runner straight, runner flush.
And look at that. Now
he's
got
picked an open-ended straight draw. This is actually kind of a move in limit hold'em where if you don't think the guy has an ace and you have some sort of draw, you might want to put a check raise up there, but he's just going to check and call. And he doesn't get there.
It is a scary heart card, but I'm not going to see it. He doesn't check. He doesn't bet. And he shows king high.
Ace.
He shows the king high. Huh.
And the ace is good.
Well, if he shows that down that kind of hand, I got to think that Rick must be salivating right now there in seat 1, Dave.
Yeah, I'll play devil's advocate with you there a little bit. There's sometimes you can look at a game like that and you really love the game because the guy's going to call you down, but at the same point, it takes bluffing completely out of the equation.
Oh, yeah. It takes some of the play out,
It's
too.
just a matter of you've got to get good hands and you've got to catch.
Yeah.
Because if you're not catching cards, you can't bluff these guys.
George in seat 7 is GEO from Internet Texas Hold'em, the website run by Matthew Hilger. He's a big poster over there, and he's very highly respected. Thank you from Little Dave in Seattle for that. Seat 7.
3 players.
I mean, I don't like to. I can. Let's just see this hand how it plays out. We got ace queen, and they've seat 8. My Ernie's hit ace queen. He's got top pair. And he's going to check it.
Wow.
Probably looking for a check raise. See what happens here. And Jim's going to bet his. He's got second pair.
King Jack with an overcard. And we saw a check raise, Dave, there by seat 8.
I'm not a big fan of check raising personally, but hey, some people, like I like to say though, is everybody's got their own style of play.
Uh-huh.
And, we can put our opinions out there. But people have to remember that, whatever works for them and whatever. Some people just like to come out here and like to have a lot of fun with it.
King Jack 3 bets, and seat 8 quickly 4 bets, Dave. And he's going to bet blind with ace queen. He's really ripped right now. He would be even more angry if he knew that his jacks were good the entire time, too, Dave. That hand.
I don't think he's going to get bluffed off this hand. And Jim's got a few outs.
Remember, King Jack capped it on the flop. And he calls and bet blind on the river, Dave. He bets blind again on the river.
Not a big fan of the bet blind, but we'll see what happens. It works out fine for him.
Yeah, because the 9 comes. If he had caught a 10, he would have been a loser.
Well, the guy actually had a 10, a jack, or a
king.
A 10, a jack, or a king.
Yeah, he had outs on the river.
That's a lot of outs.
Yeah.
And Ernie would have been faced with a check with a raise there.
You can just tell though that I think I've played with Ernie before, and he's a pretty solid player, and he's just frustrated and not betting blind. He just thinks that he absolutely has the best hand there. And
well, he's right,
doing,
but it doesn't mean the other player can't improve.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, we kind of saw Mo do a little bit of self-destruction last night in a no-limit game by betting blind. Were you in there for that?
I wasn't at the end of it, but I heard.
Yeah. He was betting blind with kings.
See, limit. You know what? In no limit, it's a little bit different because you can represent different things. In limit hold'em, especially a table with this kind of makeup where you got a lot of calling stations.
Right.
Betting blind is okay. If you're not gonna, I don't know how you're gonna really affect anybody. George is gonna raise there.
He's got pocket kings, Dave.
Kings, and Ernie's gonna call with pocket 8s. He wasn't the small blind, so he was already in for $10. It only cost him $30.
Now, Rick's going to call with a suited connector here from up front.
And he hit middle pair, and he's open-ended as well.
Yeah. See how he plays this.
And
he checks it.
Everybody's got a little piece of this flop, to be honest.
No, excuse me, he bets it.
Well, he's got middle pair, and he's an open-ended flop. Seat 4's got a bottom pair with a king kicker.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize what bad shape he's in.
And seat 7 looks like he just called. So maybe he's trying to wait till the turn here
And
to
Ernie
raise it out.
throws away, even though he's got a chance at the gut shot. He throws it away. And look at that.
Rick's got trips now.
Rick's got trips and an open-ended straight draw.
He's
Gotta
going
like
to
his hand.
continue to lead. And I wouldn't be surprised to see seat 7 raise here, Dave, and he's going to get killed if he does. I think that's what he was waiting for. I think he was waiting to raise here. Yep, he was, and he's going to get absolutely smoked in this hand.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the play, only because it's a kind of scary flop. People like to play 7-8. People like to play 8-9.
And then Rick's got to think that the guy was just, kind of sandbagging an overpair on the flop, and he's going to pump it back
And he
up.
certainly doesn't care.
Yeah.
There's not many hands that can beat him. Only, a bit ace-8 can beat him, but the guy did raise for the flop. I guess he could be worried about pocket 9s. Nice laydown by
He
George.
lays down. That's a great laydown. I mean, I was going to say, if that type of thing happened to me with Rick doing that from up front, I'd lay that hand down too.
And
Rabbit Cam is Jack of Clubs on the end there.
No help to anybody.
No. Of course, we knew that seat 4 had one of the kings, so the guy was really only drawing one out there on the river.
He doesn't know that. But even knowing he's drawing you 2 outs, I really like the fold there. Nice play by George. And sometimes you got to raise to get some information. It's better than call. Had he called on the river, it would have been the same amount of money.
Right.
But if he was correct, he would have made more money.
Right.
So he risks the same, but the upside is higher if anybody comes.
And you're getting information, right?
Well, right, but you understand what I'm saying there. So some people could say, well, if he just called on the turn and called on the river, it's the same $80 that he put in anyway, and he loses the hand anyway. But this way, if Rick only had a 9, let's say Rick had 10-9, well, then you make an extra $40 to play, and there's no downside because it's the same $80. And a whole bunch of nothing out there. Grace is in the lead with ace high.
I think Grace raised here with ace 5, ace 3 suited.
And I would bet she'd bet.
I would think so too.
Kings, when you raise pre-flop, there are a couple of cards you're looking to get. Obviously, you want to hit your card, but if you don't hit your card, aces and kings are often scare cards for everybody else.
They could easily gang up on you.
It's one of the things I look for. If I have like pocket 10s, if the flop comes out with a queen, it doesn't scare me nearly as much as a king or an ace. Because people raise with king, queen, king, jack, ace, queen, ace, king. While they'll limp in more with queen, jack.
Right.
I actually called the guy last night. He couldn't believe it. I called him down the whole way with ace 6, just ace high, in a pretty big pot.
In a limit game?
In a limit game. I just didn't see anything out there that scared me.
Did you end up winning the pot?
I won the pot with ace high. He had king high. He had raised me with like king 10, and my ace high was good.
I mean, of course, if the guy had an overpair, so be it. Is that what you were thinking?
I read him as a little weak. I didn't see a king out there. I had the ace, and I put him on a king.
Two of you.
And
Looks like C2's got the best hand here. He's got 4-8.
he's got 2 pair. It is the best hand. And he's got it.
Jacks and eights.
I think he check called Grace all the way there, Dave.
I tried to win on the flop, but you didn't buy
I
it.
know, sweetie.
And I think Grace actually.
I knew you were trying to bluff. I just wanted to
Oh.
the hand you called my raise.
Well, you know what it was? I think
I knew what the
Grace. Well, that's the way it played out there. Grace bet. C2 bet. Grace raised him, thinking she had the best hand, thinking he was bluffing, and then he got lucky enough to catch his 8. Which often happens. Sometimes you just get lucky when you bluff, I always like to think good things happen when you're aggressive. Because it gives you so many other ways to win the hand, you know what I mean?
Right.
And Sparky's taking a little break. And Tony is going to call. Tony's got...
Raise it.
Tony's got, there he is, king 8, offsuit.
It's like 3-way action here.
ECS
got
raised with pocket
jacks.
jacks.
Yeah.
He raised the pocket jacks there. And Jim decided to call. He's in the small blind. He has jack 4 offsuit, but Jim's one of those players that if he's got $10 in there, he's going in. I don't care.
Yeah, he's not the type of player that you're going to raise to try to steal the blinds off of, Dave.
And obviously there are a lot of players. You and I can be critical of players that make plays that we don't necessarily agree with. But in the end, you have to realize that oftentimes There's kind of a twofold thing there. Oftentimes, these players are just here for entertainment. They're not here to. They didn't drive down to the Bicycle Casino so they could fold a lot of hands. They came down, they won action, and they're here to have a good time.
Absolutely.
And sometimes playing proper poker, as I
it
put that
can
in
be
quotes,
very
can be
boring.
very boring.
Dave, we're looking at kind of a little bit of a short table here. I love short limit players, 6-way, 6-handed. Some people have stepped away to go to the bathroom or do whatever. And again, the values of hands go up here, Dave.
And we're actually working on a camera. We're going to follow these players sometimes when they leave the table. No, I'm kidding.
The button's going to raise here, seat 4 with King 3 suited. What's seat 4's name?
That's Jim.
Jimmy. Okay, so we call that Jim Cam, seat 4.
There's
King
Jim,
3 suited.
And if hearts come, it could be trouble for Grace, but they don't come.
And seat 7's flop trips.
George, let's see how George plays it here.
I never like to slow play, like I said, only in certain types of situations.
Jim's got bottom pair. He has 2 pair as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that he's drawing dead to his king. You see, he's actually almost drawing dead. He's got to get runner 3 to win the hand.
And Grace is still in there with...
And look at that. Wow.
8.
I'm pretty sure George is still in there in seat 7.
No, he had folded the hand pre-flop, Dave. I apologize.
Oh, well, he's probably a little upset right now. And look at that. Jim wins it with King 3. He had the best hands.
Well, Grace had just called with a Queen 8. Maybe she thought she was going to be able to put a move on him or something if one of her pairs came.
Yeah, exactly.
And she actually, if that's what she was thinking, she read it correctly because an 8 or a Queen was good, so she just called with a couple of overcards,
Right.
which you have odds to do if the flop is raised pre-flop.
And we'll have to congratulate George later for folding the first 4 of a kind.
Again, though, Dave, in my opinion, King 10 offsuit, in limit games, you're really looking for high-suited cards. King 10 offsuit doesn't have a lot of value from up front. It's a good muck, I think.
No, without a doubt.
Yeah. King 10 suited, King 10 suited you can limp in with from up front, Queen 10 suited. But Queen 10 off, King 10 off.
In the end, it all depends on what you're looking to get out of poker. If you're here to make money and make a living, hey, yeah. If you're here just to have a good time, then any 2 cards sometimes, you know what I mean? Play, have a good time, and then enjoy yourself. And there's King 10 again. King 10, good over and over again. And Jim and ECS, they both flop top pair. See how it's played?
Seat 7's going to lead with a flush draw here.
Four players.
And George is going to call there with Queen Deuce. He's got bottom pair.
And again, you get caught up, Dave, when you have top pair there with like a weak kicker, and what are you just going to call all the way down like King 7 and King 8? They just called the flop. They didn't raise at all. They have no information.
George has got an interesting hand here. He's got still got that flush draw. I'm sorry, George. George has still got the flush draw. And he's going to call. And Tony's still going to call his deuce.
George in seat 7, remember?
And no heart comes. And right now, if it stands...
seat 2 is going to have the best hand.
Well, it's actually going to be a chop pot.
No, it is going to be a chop pot. You're right. The 9
came.
King.
The 9 will play. It'll be pair of kings, then ace, 10, 9. And ECS is going to bet, and Jim's going to call. Okay. And they're going to chop the pot up. And just for you at home to realize how it is a chop pot, sometimes it gets a little confusing. What you're trying to do is you're making your best 5-card hand. So literally take the 5 cards on the community cards plus your own 2 cards and see what their best 5-card hand is. It doesn't make a difference if your card 8 and the thing and his is higher 7 because neither one of those cards is playing.
So the hand is a tie, and they both get half of the pot.
Exactly. And one of the reasons I talk about, you and I are talking about playing proper poker in the sense of, what people should do if they want to make money or what they shouldn't do. And then sometimes I like to, just play devil's advocate in the sense of, hey, but if you're having a good time, play any 2 cards, why not? Sometimes I see players criticize other players, whether it be online or in a brick and mortar casino, and they'll criticize them and say, how can you play that hand? What are you doing? You're so stupid. When in the end of it, first of all, me personally, I want those people in the game, and I want to encourage them to play that way. And second of all, you have to realize that there are some people that come here, and they honestly will just steadfastly say, I'm not a good poker player. I'm not here to make millions of dollars. I'm here to have a good time, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I look at a guy like Tony, seems like a nice guy. I don't think he's not. He has no misconceptions about his ability. I don't think he thinks of himself as the next Phil Hellmuth. You know.
Did you hear that, Rick? I'm gonna call his friend and ask him.
Nice play, Rick. Bart said, and of course it wasn't I that said this, you should have raised Grace on the turn. This is, of course, the hand we're talking about with 5s. But why would you want to stop her from bluffing with her 5s? And actually, that's what I said to you, Dave. It's, you know, with a player like Grace, and this is where I kind of have to disagree with you, if I think that she's making a pure bluff, and I raise on the turn and she's going to muck, whereas if she's going to bet into me again on the river and I make an extra bet, if I think the 10's the best hand.
I can agree with that. If I have a little stronger hand, I'm okay with that. But with an ace out there and a king out there, I've got third pair. I question if Rick really thought he had the best hand.
Well, no, I agree with you
know what I mean?
there.
That was the thing. Hey, if he had an ace, okay, I can understand the play. Then sure, induce the bluff.
I was just a little bit disappointed that the threader...
ECS has top pair here. And he's going to bet top pair. Even with a bad kicker, I like betting top pair, especially when top pair's a 9.
Raise it to 40.
And Sparky's going to raise it up with pocket 8s. Oh, I'm sorry, pocket 6s. I apologize.
We raised to 60.
And he's going to re-raise the 7-9 there.
Well, he's got top pair. And I'm not a big fan of the call here by Sparky. When the guy re-raises him, he's pretty much saying, hey, listen, I've got a 9.
Yeah, now what is he going to do? Just call him all the way down with 6s?
Right. He's now obviously drawing at 2 outs.
Right.
And see, Sparky's one of those guys. This is where I will agree with you on this. I know Sparky, and he's here to make money. And in that case, yeah, I'm going to be critical of his play because it's a bad play.
Yeah.
But when I look at a guy like Tony, he's not here to make money. He's here to have fun.
I was just disappointed with the poster confusing you with me. That's all. That's what I was disappointed with. Because I've seen the posters call you the other Bart and Bart Jr. So when you're criticizing me, just make sure it wasn't Dave that didn't say that. No,
clearly, clearly, I am David Tuckman. You can call me Tuckman. You can call me Tuck. You can call me David. Most of my friends call me Tuck or Tuckman, which I answer to fondly. Bart Jr. and the other non-Bart guy, I'm not a big fan of those. But back to that one thing, I hate to harp on that one hand. You knew what I was saying there, though. It's not like Rick really had a strong hand.
No, I agree with you there. All I'm saying is that if he thinks that the 10 is good and that Grace is really putting a bet on an under pair, it's very difficult to put somebody on a specific hand. But if he raises there, he loses her. Whereas if he calls and then just calls her down, he gains an extra bet on the river. That's my point. Now he got unlucky.
And I'm all for inducing bluffs. But in limit hold'em, sometimes the pot gets big enough, especially in limit, not no limit. In limit hold'em, sometimes it's best just to take the pot down.
Take the pot down and don't get fancy with it. You're right. Yeah.
Because he didn't raise, he ended up losing about a $300 pot.
Right. Well, the 2 outers. But again, we talk about odds and we want to see her continue to bet on.
Let's be honest, she could have had anything and gotten lucky.
Yeah. So 3-way action here, and it was raised. So pot's laying $120 right now.
And
Kim's got
Kim. We haven't seen much from him. He's been a pretty quiet player, and he's got the nut flush draw, and still the best hand actually.
And he leads right into it.
And he takes it down. He's probably got the respect for the table. He hasn't played many hands.
Dave, and of course, both you and I are hugely against slow playing unless in certain specific situations, and usually because we stream no limit games. We're normally seeing people flop trips and no limit, but even more so in limit games, I'm against slow playing because you're losing bets. Things can kill your action on the turn, and
no limit and limit. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
Limit and no limit are completely different animals.
Right.
Where it is often correct to slow play in no limit to disguise your holdings.
Right.
In limit, the bets you lose by disguising your holdings are often never recuperated.
Right.
Because there's just not enough betting rounds.
And then people will say, well, what if I wait until the double betting round to raise? Don't I make money there? And
you might, but what happens if the other
possibly
if a scary card comes out? You might lose your player altogether.
All the action, right?
And on top of that, there's some people that will slow play a hand to death, and they don't realize that the other player's on a good draw,
right?
And they would have called him.
Yeah.
Big blind, please.
You know, obviously, if they're on a draw, they're going to call those bets. You know, if you flop trips with a two spade, flop trips and there's a 2 flush out there and there are 4 people in, chances are someone might be on a flush draw. They're going to call you all the way down and you're going to gain all that money by betting, right, Dave?
Well, there are even
You
times
know?
where you flop a full house and you might want to bet it because
Right.
you want somebody, because they assume, oh, if they had a full house,
They would never
wouldn't bet it.
Right, right.
Sometimes you can disguise your hand by actually doing the straightforward thing.
Mm-hmm.
Pot's been raised to 40.
George raises it up, and he's got ace jack there, offsuit, ace of clubs, jack of diamonds.
George, who
Players.
I now realize is called Geormiet on 2+2. Thank you from
And the flop comes out jack high. He's hit top pair there.
one of the 2+2.
And interesting here, ECS also has top pair. Let's see how they play it. Problem with kickers sometimes in this game. It's all
Right.
kickers. You got one guy with a jack with only a 4 kicker, and obviously. And
Raised to 40.
Tony's never met a flop or 2 cards he doesn't like.
King 7 he calls with in between there. And he
Well,
calls
clearly.
a double bet, too, with King 7.
Well, there's a lot of possibilities for him, obviously.
Players.
Well, there, see now he's got a straight draw.
That's a nice turn card for George there in seat 7. Top
Yeah.
2 pairs.
The only problem is he might lose ECS. Well, no,
Wow.
bite my tongue. He does not
ECS
lose
calls with...
a jack and a 4, and now Tony's got a draw.
and remember, George is the initial raiser, so I don't like the call by Jack 4 there on,
No,
you know,
because
on the
you'd
turn.
think
you
if
know.
he had ace king or ace
Right.
queen, and maybe I got lucky, but now he got lucky on the ace.
If you had King Queen, you'd
And
have
look
a
at that!
straight.
And look at that! The jack hits his second pair, and
Oh.
now he's going to bet out.
Yeah.
And it's not a flush draw. I'd like to see George raise here. There's not much scary things out there.
Yeah, I would raise here because you got to
And he
think that
does.
the guy with King Queen would have check raised on the turn, Dave.
If he,
so-
well, king queen
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
And I like the bet.
Show, please.
And that's the problem sometimes. Be careful what you could probably hear ECS sitting in his mind going on the turn going, come on, give me a 4 on the river, give me a 4 on the river, or give me a jack.
Well, you know,
And he doesn't realize he's drawing dead.
Well, the problem is that, you know, is that what he was trying to draw to another Jack or a 4, or did he think that Jack 4 was the best hand there on the turn?
Well, they
It's
might have
just-
thought it was best, but sometimes even when you think you're the best hand, you're also rooting for, you always go, oh, give me a second pair so I know I'm
Yeah.
the best hand. And I'm sure he probably thought 2 pair was good, which is why he bet it.
You know, it's funny because especially with tonight's play compared to last week's, I say, you know, this is not typically, you know, the normal type of play in a 20-40 game at, you know, Bicycle Casino.
I
You can
think
see
it
some
is.
very tight players, but at the same time, I'm not usually seeing people's hands, so
No,
you know, I'm
I
not seeing their
actually-
whole cards.
I got to be honest, I think this is the typical. I mean, I've been playing here for a while, but I've been working at the club for about 14 months, and this is pretty typical.
Of course, you would never know that seat 6 is calling all the way there with a King 7 on the flop,
You'd
especially
assume
a double bet.
You'd
you know.
assume he had some sort of draw. You don't know what
Right,
he's got.
right.
But I think this is pretty typical. You get 2 or 3 tight players, 2 or 3 action players, and a couple of people that just like to play,
Yeah.
and they're not there to fold.
4 players.
Just to remind you, if you guys were playing 20-40 limit hold'em, blinds are $10 and $20.
4-way action.
And this is live at the bike.
Unraised pot right here. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, 9-10's got a gut shot, and that's Tony there.
gonna call.
Well, you know, Tony's going to call with Tony's certainly going to call when he's got a gut
And
shot.
seat 4 led just with ace high.
Yeah. And they both pick up a flush draw, albeit Jim picks up a much better
Well,
one.
I was gonna say ace 7's gonna love his hand now with an extra club there.
And look
And he
at that.
mucks. Wow.
He mucks it.
What was he drawing there for? Just to try to spike a
Strike a jack.
spike a jack there on the turn. Yeah.
Looking for a jack. He missed it, and he thought the club was. He actually correctly, believe it or not, I think he correctly folded it. He goes, hey, if I hit my jack, my straight's good. But then when the club came out, he goes, oops, my straight might not even be good.
I don't know if I can give him credit for that though, Dave. I don't,
Oh,
he
come
might not
on,
have realized that he had the ton of clubs in his hand.
I'll give Big Tony the credit. I'm giving him more credit than you, I think.
Again, you never know what's going through someone's head, though.
You
You're
never
right.
know.
Yep.
And once again, this is David Tuckman. Call me Tuckman or Tuck.
Bart
I'm
Jr.
next to Bart Hansen. I'd rather not spread that. Next to Bart Hansen here, we are live at the bike. This is the first and only live webcast of a cash game.
Exposed card.
Exposed cards, Dave. We see that a lot.
6 of clubs and king of spades.
Oh, okay.
Raise it.
I'm here with David Tuckman. I'm sorry.
3 bets. Re-raise to 60.
Oh, seat 4 is going to do one of those re-raises out of the blinds, Dave, and he's got
He's got
3-9
9-3.
offsuit this
Not
time.
even a good hand in blackjack.
one of those times, about a month or a month and a half ago, when we were doing 400, 800, I think.
And look at
And
that.
Rick caps with 9's not something that you're normally going to see, but maybe he thinks he has the best hand, and he does.
Well, he has the best hand, but it's one of those hands where, in this case, there's not many overcards. There's only a king as an overcard.
Right.
But it's not one of those hands where it's a questionable play because he's got to look at it and go, wow, I have 3 competitors.
Yeah.
If I don't hit my set,
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to be any good.
Well, yeah, but the thing, though, too, is that I think that he might still think that he holds the best hand even if all rags comes. Just
Of course, if rags
against the people that he's against.
No, I agree with you. Of course, if rags come, but now what do you do if a king jack flops out?
Oh, yeah. Now
It turns out a
now
king was
trouble.
out there, but it's one of those things you cap a pot and then you go, well, what is it? Even if a 10, a jack, a queen, an ace come out there?
Yeah, Rick needs to fold this hand, and I think he will. I don't think it's going to be
That's the
much
reason
of
why
a-
I don't like putting $80 in there before the flop
right,
with nines.
with a 9. And 9-3 offsuit leads.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
He really loves to re-raise there with
He's got a runner flush draw.
Players.
Sparky calls with
Well, he called with the
pocket 2s. I hate that, Dave.
Well,
look at
and-
this, and he catches it on the turn. Wow. Sparky was drawing to his 2 out. He didn't have odds to do it, and he did. It's just one of these types of situations that happens, but it's incorrect, Dave. If you're saying that he's playing the game for money, then we can really criticize him.
Sparky, without a doubt, I'm a big fan of criticizing. I have no problem.
Yeah.
And Jim is going to re-raise with no pair, no draw.
He's going to re-raise with 3-9 offsuit. He has absolutely nothing. In seat 6, this would him be in the muck so quickly for me, just the top pair with the 3 bets.
But it's a tough fold for Tony. He can't believe it. He's got top pair. He's finally got top pair.
Yep.
And he mucks it. Good job, Tony.
Sparky's got to pump this
Well
back
done
up
there.
again, right? Unless he, thinks the guy has. No, there's not even a completed straight here yet.
No, but he could have a set of 8s or set of jacks. You never know. Ace comes out. That's not real scary. Certainly going to get a check.
And he's
on the
going to
call.
bet with 3-9 offsuit. Is he going
Well-
to show the hand down?
Well, it's the only way to win the hand.
Is he just going to muck the hand, or is he going to show it down?
Let's see the good news. Shaking your head? Sweet.
He's just going to muck it.
And one thing I will say, I'm not a big fan of showing down hands, but to me, if you're gonna bluff like that, show it down proudly.
Oh, okay.
Show it proudly. Because you'll certainly get plenty of action.
Dave, you think that this is the typical types of players that we see at 2040? I think this is a little bit erratic. I think it is.
A little bit, but I mean, a guy like actually the only erratic guy that I normally don't see is a guy like Jim in seat 4. The player in seat 6, Tony, he's in every single game I've ever
kind
played.
of a calling station, as opposed to an erratic, aggressive player.
There's a guy like Tony, and I can point you 25 guys in the Vice Casino that are just like him.
Right.
They're there to have a good time. They're having a good time. They want to drink, and they come in for 2 or 3 hours, a couple days a week to have a good time.
Yeah.
And losing $200 or $300 is not a big deal to them.
Yeah, I know. I would've-
Jim's a little bit different. He's an action player. He's there to bluff, and that's how he wants to win.
Especially after the comment. Now.
Interesting, the Sparky took down the pot there, but I still don't like his play. King Jack 8 and he calls with pocket deuces. I don't see it. He calls first of all, he called a capped flop, capped raise $80 before the flop with pocket deuces.
I'll know exactly what it is since I was playing.
And we got a bunch
Bud's
of
raising
clubs.
with king queen suited.
We got clubs and clubs there. He's on the button, so I will give him that. On the button is a little more powerful. Tony's
So-
got ace jack.
2 bets in pre-flop here. 4-way action.
Got an $80 pot. I got a $160 pot.
Yep.
And Grace has got her. Grace has hit her set. And she's gonna check it.
You got pocket deuces and you were
Some sort of table controversy going on in the background too, Dave, between Grace
Well, they're
and
talking
C2.
about deuces right now because he did show the pocket deuces, and they're saying, "Wow, you called the pocket deuces."
Call and win.
And Grace checked it down. She's slow playing it there,
18 small bets in there. I can draw to it.
and nobody's got anything. And Grace is gonna just look like maybe she's like stealing it. All right, try to disguise it.
I got to tell you though, she's not going to check raise there. I would have let. Now she missed out on a possible raise or a call from seat 9. I'm talking about slow playing trips. He's got a flush draw, and
Well, you can add this up now. Let's look at this in all honesty. You're right. Seat 9 clearly would have called her on the flop.
right. She missed a bet,
So she lost $20 that she can never
and
get
I'm
back.
sure some of the other people would have called as well on the flop, like king queen suited. If it was a raised flop, they have odds to call with overcards. So she missed at least 2 or 3 callers by slow playing the 9s from up front. that
Actually,
time.
I can almost guarantee. I mean, let's think about it.
Yeah.
The flop's 9-9-5. Tony's got ace-jack. You think Tony's
Yeah.
thrown ace-jack? No way.
Right. That's what I mean. So she missed 3 callers there.
And
3 bets.
And Sparky on the button is probably going to call king-queen, seeing
Right.
he's by king or queen. She probably threw away $60 there by slow playing.
Yeah. So that's a great example of what we were talking about there, Dave.
She's still going to get that call, right?
Right.
And who knows? You never know. You might even get a raise in there from somebody who tries to think he's
With a flush draw, then you can check raise them on the turn or something
Exactly.
like
I'm so sorry about that.
that. Or if you feel that you can 3-bet
Or you
them.
can even
then.
3-bet right there and keep
Yeah.
betting.
Right.
That's how you build your pots up there.
If I flop trips, from up front in a blind, and they're a multi-way action and it's a ragged flop, I really do like to lead, Dave, because if someone's usually going to raise me from behind, and I'm either going to 3-bet or check raise the turn. You know what I mean? I can get tricky then,
It's really rare. Once in a while, if I'm heads up with somebody,
Yeah.
and if I'm heads up with somebody and I think that they're going to fold, I can see their mannerisms.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll check it to see if I can get at least $40 out of them or $20 out of them later on.
There was a good zoom in of George's smiley face.
Smiley face, yes. I don't think I ever want to see George's smiley face again. And Jim's going to raise the button here.
Raise 40.
He's got pocket 9s. That's a hand I actually, in this position, would raise with.
Yeah, well, ECS limped in with Queen 8 offsuit.
Yeah.
Might as well.
And Tony's in there with 9-4.
Now, here's a classic Grace. Well, no, Grace has got ace-jack offsuit from the small blind, 3 bets. It's not normally something that you would see.
You can.
Well, and she's seen the way Jim plays. She probably thinks her hand's the best. And if an ace or jack falls, it probably will be the best.
And he caps it with pocket 9s.
Well,
I'll
we've seen the way he
take that
plays.
comment back, actually, though. If Jim maybe did that from the button, I might actually do the same thing with ace-jack. Grace is going to immediately bet.
And she's not going to like it. Wow.
And he's going to raise.
ECS folded Queen 8.
Are you
ECS.
surprised by that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a Queen 6-4
Oh, no,
flop
no.
for a second. I'm looking at the board over there, and I'm thinking I'm seeing Queen 6-4.
And now Grace picks up top pair on the turn.
And Jim's going to call the whole way.
Yep.
Who knows? Jim might even raise in the river.
Oh, he doesn't catch anything. And she's going to show ace-jack and win the pot, about a $400 or $500 pot. Ace-jack.
And she got lucky there. She got lucky in the turn.
She did. She had overs, though.
She was representing Ace King, and
Of course, like you said, when you see a player like Jim kind of play a little bit erratic, and especially with that last pot that we saw a few pots ago when he jammed it with absolutely nothing, Dave, then you can't give the credit. You can't give him credit for much of anything. You know what I mean? And you can 3-bet him with a lot of hands. You can outplay him. He could almost hold any 2 cards in his hand.
well, it's clear. I think Grace is trying to isolate him, get a heads up between him and her. At that table, it's not going to work. So I want to let you guys know, yes, you have heard correctly. The archives are up, and there's a subscription price, but the value is outstanding. Hundreds of hours of taped live poker, plus an instructional DVD, Howard Letter, I believe, and many more new features coming your way. Subscribe now for the early bird special. Only $14.95. Can you believe that? Only $14.95.
I know.
Gets you all the poker action. Click on the archive banner at www.bike.com.
I don't know.
And we've got a raised pot here,
They gave me a That's up.
and it's heads up between Kim and Tony. Got a 10-6-3 flop here. I'm trying to figure out what everybody's got.
T9's got a flush draw here, Dave.
Kim hasn't played many hands, and to see him play 5-7, that's odd. He's got a straight flush draw. He's got a gut shot to a straight flush.
Right. And it's checked to him, and he bets, and he's going to take the pot
And Tony folds it.
Now, Dave, it kind of brings me up to some of the starting hand requirements that I recommend playing. And of course, I know that you've gone over the fact that some people like to come and play, but if you're here to actually try to win money in this specific game in middle limit poker, I think that small suited connectors really are unplayable unless you can get in cheaply from out back in limit, because the implied odds really aren't there. Playing a 5-6 from upsuit is not going to be a profitable
No,
hand
actually,
normally.
my own personal, I think I'm actually a little tighter than you.
Oh, you don't even play suited connectors from out back in limit.
It depends on the table and how much I can get paid off and stuff. But I don't want to play drawing hands too many drawing hands and limit.
No, look.
I don't want to be chasing. I like big cards.
Uh-huh.
I'm just, you know.
And specifically big suited cards are the ones that are the best in limit.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
I like
King, queen suited,
I
ace,
like
king
playing
suited.
big pairs and big cards. That's just my own thing. Now, in a game where people are paying more attention to the way I play,
Yeah.
once in a while I'll mix it up with an 8-9 or 5-4 or something like
Right.
that, just so they not necessarily, they have to give me credit for always big cards.
Right.
Because otherwise they'll always get me out of the hand when it's rag and flop.
Right.
So I've got to mix up my play once in a while. But in a game like this, nobody's really paying attention to the way you're playing anyway. So you don't have to mix it up. Advertising it doesn't really work.
Yeah, he said he was going to call it.
But I agree with you completely.
Cap.
Oh, okay, so we got 3 bets and seat 9 caps. Here we go, Dave. 6-9 suited. This table is just crazy loose erratic now, Dave.
No, I'll say this,
You know?
this is an interesting thing. Kim here caps it with 9-6, and I've seen this from a lot of players. They'll come to the casino and they'll play their A game for about
Right.
an hour.
Yeah.
And then they go, okay, I'm bored. I can't do this anymore. And he flops 2 pair. He's got the best hands.
He leads. 3-way action capped. So
Three-way caps, and look at the 3 hands that are in there.
Yeah.
Nobody's got higher than a 10.
3-way action capped is a $240 pot right now. We have a bet and a raise.
You know, it's funny. Sometimes you look at that and you go, oh, I'm going to play my 6-9 because everybody else has got big cards. And in this case, look at this.
Seat 6 calls with 9-10. He's got overcards and a gut shot straight draw. 9-10 suited.
He's actually in pretty good shape considering what he's got. I mean, he doesn't know it.
Yeah. And there's the 8, Dave.
Good for him. Good
There's
for Tony.
the 8.
Tony's a little. I'm going to kind of adopt Tony as my own little.
And Dave, a bet by seat 9 and a raise by seat 4 with 4-9. He has an open-ended straight draw now with the 9.
And I just hope Tony realizes what he has.
Come on, Tony, raise again. Oh, I think he might be all in here, Dave. No, he just called.
Well, at this point, let's see what happens.
Okay.
Okay,
He's
so
re-raising.
he raises.
Good job, Tony.
Let's quickly try to figure out how much money is in this pot right now, Dave.
You got to match this.
I'm talking about real money.
Okay.
Well, it's
240 before the flop.
That's fine.
3 bets on the flop. That's another. That's 420. And now it's going to be 3 bets again. So 680. 680 right now.
Yeah, about $700 pot.
And there's still another betting round. And this is real money, folks, at home.
And now everybody's got a call because they all have the open-ended straight draw.
Yep.
They don't realize that they're drawing to a tie at best.
Right.
This is
Of course, actually, seat 9 could
If a 7 spikes,
could win with a
a
7, or with a 7 spike, seat 9 would win.
This is no look hold'em.
Wow, this is just unbelievable. And capped. It's capped by seat 9, Dave, I believe. Or I think it might have been capped by seat 4. So we're looking at around an $820 pot right now. Look at these hands.
And it's an ace.
So Tony's going to win from out back with a button.
Good job, Tony.
And seat 4 continues to lead with 4-9, Dave.
Well, he's going to represent.
Unbelievable. Come on, Tony, raise. And he raises. This is got to be the craziest night I've seen so far on the broadcast, Dave, without a doubt. It doesn't even come close. Doesn't even come close.
It's entertaining, I will tell you that.
Seat 9 mucks. Is seat 4 going to call with 9 high?
You got 30.
He calls
70.
with 4-9, Dave. He doesn't have a hand, but he calls.
With 9 high.
I got a straight.
I think he's got 6 chips there.
Yeah, it's 6 chips. So what do we have here?
And you almost got to assume the guy. I mean, everybody at the table must think Jim's got a 7, right? Wouldn't you think he has a 7? Watching this,
He turned over 4-9, though. I don't know if we can get a zoom in. He actually turned it over.
It doesn't matter. He covered it all.
That, Dave, you can be a jammer, but I don't know. Maybe he doesn't quite understand the value of the hand. He would call with 4-9 there.
and for those of you at home, this is actually the most entertaining night I've had because I'm watching Bart in complete disbelief as he peers at the board, wondering what's going on.
That's why I think sometimes, Dave, that
The action here,
you and I give people a little bit too much credit sometimes. Because we had given him credit for doing some things early on, and I just think that was quite
I wasn't
level.
giving him much credit except the fact that he's here to have a good time.
Okay.
Has to win.
But if you're within, I'd say, 30 hours of the Bicycle Casino, I would run. I would get in a plane and rush here. The action's good. We've got a lot of live games, and most games are just like this.
So you can only
Yeah, on the flop. I didn't look before. I just raised.
Wow.
you could split it if the 10.
And it's funny there. I mean, I point to Kim. There's so many players I know that play their A game for about an hour, and then they get bored and they start playing the way they usually play.
So, Dave, that pot was around $900 or $1,000.
Yes. And in one hand, Tony gets even.
Just unbelievable. And the funny thing is, the guy, he's back for more, though, Dave. He's got another 1,000. Now let's see how the players adjust. Rick, like I said, he's just sitting there in seat 1.
It's tough, but you know what? Sometimes these are games that are tough to
Still
play.
sour about those 5s.
Sometimes these are games that are tough to win at because if you don't hit your hands, let's see here. And Kim's got a gut shot straight draw. Jim's actually got the best hand with the 7s. But this is one of those games where it's tough to play a lot because unless you're willing to risk $80 pre-flop, it's really tough to mix it up there.
Well, if that's what this type of game is going to turn into, we haven't seen it always be capped pre-flop, but if it's going to turn into that, yeah, I know what you mean.
You got to really go, do I want to... And ECS he picked up his 8 now. He's got 2 pair.
Let's see what seat 4 here Jimmy does with the 7s. Oh, excuse me, it's checked. And 6-8's just going to check and call.
Well, Tony picked up a flush draw, the 8 of spades.
4 players.
And seat 9's got a gut shot, straight draw.
A lot of cards that seat 2 has to dodge.
And there's the flush for Tony.
Wow.
He's going to pick
Not
up
only
another
the flush, not only the flush, but that actually gives Kim the gut shot straight draw.
Yep. And he checked it, Dave.
Well, there's a spade out there, and 8-6 bets. Tony's going to raise. Let's see if Kim calls with a straight here.
Okay.
Does have the wheel.
Right. And
Actually, it's better than the wheel. I'm sorry. He has a 6-hot straight. I apologize.
Dave, this is what we've talked about on the show before about how do you draw to a gut shot when there's another spade. You're drawing to a 4 that's a non-spade. One of your outs is gone.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, it is sometimes it is sometimes hard. It's a good, nice fold by Kim. It is sometimes hard to see the flush when he does a backdoor flush.
Right.
There's only 1 spade on the flop, and to know that somebody stayed in there with spades, especially queen deuce of spades.
And 6-8 bet, Tony raised, and Tony's going to take the pot down. Wow, another decent-sized pot, $400 or $500. So $1,500 to $1,600 just like that in 2 hands,
See?
Dave. Hey, look, he's happy.
And I don't want to say anything about I told you so, but you've been critical of Tony's play. I'm telling you, I love him. And look at him, racking up the money, stacking up the chips.
Just an example of how there's getting back seriously, how there's a huge variance. If you play limit hold'em for a living, the swings in this game, especially in this 20 game, are absolutely insane sometimes, and they can be vicious. It can be a vicious game, Dave.
I like to hear a couple of pros always say. They go, on any given day, the game is all luck.
Yeah.
But in the long run, the game is no luck.
Right.
But on any given day, it's all luck.
Exactly.
Remember that.
So if you see somebody racking up 10 racks in this game, you can think of it short term.
Sometimes it's almost like a drug, because somebody will watch the way Tony plays and goes, hey, he's racking up chips. Maybe I'll play like Tony.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love that. As a professional, I love that. That's what I want to see people do. I want to see people see Tony doing that.
Grace is raising here with ace-7 suited from seat 5.
Well, Grace is the same way with Kim, I think. She's getting a little impatient. She hasn't picked up many big hands.
And Tony calls with 6-7 suited. 3-way action.
ECS has got the pocket 4s.
From the big blind. I don't mind that call. And Grace
they both pick up a 7,
but George's popped 2 pair.
Tony,
excuse me. Let's see if Tony raises.
Tony.
He does. He raises. Now, what's going to happen with Grace here?
Tony's hot.
Okay, at least seat 2 is going to...
Tony's like what I like to say. He's in fuego.
Yep.
Let's see a 7 come on the flop. Turn.
Nope.
Nope.
King. Now, let's see if Grace can get away from this hand. That's what I'm talking about, Dave, that sometimes she doesn't like to get away from the hands. Look, she's going to call all the way down with the 7.
Yeah, that's especially with Tony betting.
And the queen counterfeits his hand, though, on the river, Dave. Counterfeits his hand, and it looks like Grace is going to win this hand with 7s with an ace kicker. And is she going to call? She's going to call. Wow. Got counterfeited, Dave. He got counterfeited on the river.
And that's one of those where you just got to look at it and go, the results don't necessarily go to play. I've got to be critical of Grace's play
right.
there.
Like I said, sometimes she just calls hands down.
Well, Tony's not a bettor. Tony's not a bluffer.
Right.
He's raised, I think, a grand total of 3 times now,
Right.
and every single time he's had at least 2 pair, a straight or a flush.
It's a great point by you because it brings out sometimes people who are calling stations. If you see them raise and you've got a 7, there are 2 overcards. They're going to have a minimum of top pair or 2 pair, right, Dave?
Tony might as well be sitting. He might as well be standing on the table waving a red flag.
I have the best hand. I have the best hand, right? You know.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know.
Just waving that flag, and if you're going to pay him off there, well then.
Yeah. And those types of players really aren't capable of raising on draws, stuff like that. You don't.
I mean,
just
sure enough,
don't
she
see
was
it.
drawing. I mean, she doesn't realize it, but she is drawing to a queen, a king.
Right.
or an ace.
Thank you.
But she does it. She's got to put him on 2 pair at
If
least.
he has a king there, he wins the pot. If he has a queen there, he wins the
Yeah,
pot. You know, I don't like the call. Like I said, Grace will call people down all the way. And that's the problem with some action players. It's a pattern that I see a lot, you know, that they will just pay people off.
Well, it's like a drug, you know. It's intoxicating. You want to win the hands.
Grace has got pocket nine, looks like 9-10 suited.
Tony's got a big hand there. Tony's got ace queen. There we go. And it comes out Jack 8-2 and
Oh, what a huge! Well, Grace has got an open-ended straight draw.
20.
and she'll hit that. She'll hit that open-ended straight draw
Players.
approximately 32% of the time.
Look at all the spades out here.
And now she's got an open-ended straight flush draw.
And she's made a straight, though, Dave.
Right.
She's going to continue to lead. She's not even going to check raise here.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I like the bet.
Yeah.
And now she's getting called from King 4 spades.
King 4 really is drawing to only a few spades.
Very few.
Yeah, it's not going to make it.
And he misses his hand. Can you imagine if a jack of spades had come out? Or a 6 of spades had come out?
Thank you, Grace.
Well, I got a raise in there, too.
Yeah.
A re-raise.
Look, Grace is kind of getting a little bit hot here, too.
Well, sometimes, you know, I think action players, sometimes they kind of like, if the cards aren't coming their way, they're going to force it. You know, they're going to force that square pet, that square square thing into a round hole.
Yeah.
Because he's talking to people about putting comments on they're in the shooter. They can't be here. So it's wondering if he's going
I give up.
Once again, this is David Tuckman here. I'm next to Bart Hansen.
Yeah. And Dave, we I don't even know if we mentioned tonight. Of course, we have we monitor 2+2 threads. while the
Ernie's
show
going to get
goes
up here.
on.
Sorry about that.
So we're constantly reading your threads, and there's a thread I'd like to read here too when this hand is over, because someone's put in a question. And of course, you can email us at liveatthebike.com. Get your emails in before 8:30, and we're going to read them off at 9:15 when we come back from Table Talk. Limped pot, no raises, Dave.
And Jim's flopped 2 pair. Seat 4, Jim has flopped 2 pair. Let's see how he plays it.
And you got to think that no one's going to really give him credit for him. And look at he's not even going to jam here. He was jamming before with the worst hand, and he's not going to jam with the best hand here.
Oh, and this is bad. Tony's got 2 pairs as well.
Now Tony's got 2 pairs. Wow.
And ECS is in there with just a 6.
So you got to think Tony. Is he
He's
going
in
to
there
raise
with
here?
a wing and a prayer.
Is he going to raise? No, and he just calls with 2 pair. Even more of the reason
he's a
why
little-
when he raised Grace.
He's a little gun shy.
Gotta have
you
the
know?
goods, you know?
A little gun shy.
And ECS
Right,
is
he's
gonna
raising.
call.
He definitely has the goods.
Yeah.
And a 4 comes out. That's not going to help anybody. And Jim's got the best hand with his King
And
5.
he didn't even get a chance to jam it. He's saying, raise me, please, raise me.
King's a 5.
Oh, and Tony goes, 2 pair, 2 pair.
And I'm sitting here on the table, Dave, and I see these guys. And the great thing, too, is that they're always turning their cards over. And even if they're losing, I see them playing Queen 6 offsuit, King 6 offsuit. I've seen this kind of, what I'm saying, what I'm thinking in my head, seen this nonsense go on all night long. And this guy jamming these pots, and I'm just sitting there waiting.
Right.
Like, I'm looking like Rick right there in seat 1, waiting very patiently.
Right. I mean, it's one of those things, I mean, sometimes we forget that it is a 7-card game, and the first 2 cards
Yeah.
are just the first 2 cards. Now, obviously, if you start with a better hand, you're more often going to finish with the better hand.
Right.
But any 2 cards in this game.
So anyways, this guy posted up, he was talking about, this is BB Tuna. Can you explain why last night they were running the hands twice? I heard something about a jackpot. What's the deal here? And we'll get to that answer. Because I actually saw that guy actually ask the question last night, and I didn't get a chance to respond to it. So we will get to that.
Well, for those of you at home just knowing, this is not a jackpot game.
No, this is not. This is a 20 game. Which is, it's actually, right now, pretty much our only upper limit game without a jackpot now that the 500 game has
Well,
it.
anything higher than 20 doesn't have it. The 30
Right,
games
limit
don't
games.
have it.
Right.
And the higher than that.
Yellow chip game, excuse me. Only
Right.
yellow chip game without a
Yeah.
jackpot. Yeah.
Time.
And
Check.
Oh, and some of these hands are...
Jim's got top pair.
Yeah. Some of these hands are just... Oof.
And Tony's got a open-ended straight draw there.
40.
And Tony's gonna raise. He's gonna, excuse me, seat 4. Jimmy's gonna raise with top pair. Check
Tony's
raise.
going to call.
Raise to 60.
No, he re-raises, Dave.
You just called? She just called.
I just put an excuse call.
You
You're calling?
Yeah.
I was going to say, it would be surprising because I said it was difficult for me to put that type of player on a move to be able to re-raise there with a draw. That's what I'm saying. That's why you wouldn't want to pay him off.
And he hits his straight.
Yeah.
Check.
Not bad.
And see there, Tony bets it.
And is Jim going to raise? Is he going to check raise here? He is, Dave. He's going to check raise with an 8. And Tony...
Re-raise.
Now, I was going to say an expert play here, Dave, is to call here and then raise on the river, but that's way...
Not necessarily with Jim. I got to be honest with you. I actually disagree with him on that one. Not necessarily.
Oh, just
Jim's just as likely to cap
Yeah,
it.
he's not going to lay anything down. You're right, actually. Yeah.
Jim might cap it if he makes it 3 bets.
Right.
You never know. Did it with 9-4. Who knows? And that's not a good card.
Wow, that is not a good card for seed
Tony.
6.
Jim's going to take this down with sixes full of 8s. And Tony's going to pay off anyway. This is obviously a pretty amateur move in terms of paying off. You got to know when you're beat there.
No, he raised. He raised, Dave. He raised with the straight. There's a full house. Oh, Dave.
1, 2, 3.
And I don't. And Jack 8's going to re-raise. No, he's only calling.
It's only calling. You realize that there are some hands that can be big.
I got a straight.
Let's look at Rick's face when they both show hands.
Straight.
What do you mean I don't have a straight?
Full house. It's a full house.
Can we zoom in on Rick's face, please?
That 6 messed me up.
Got me all excited.
I knew it.
Bart seems to really be entertained by Rick. I don't share in the amusement quite as much, but hey, to each their own, right?
Well, I just...
And Jim looked there and goes, oh, what a river.
Now, again, Dave, I mean, we've seen some crazy tables, but this is a little bit...
Well, like I said,
past
like
normal.
Jim is the straw that's breaking the camel's back here.
Right.
He's the one that's pushing it over a little bit more than normal.
Right.
But besides him, it's pretty normal, I will say. Like I said, Tony is he's like many players I know here. I think.
Calling station, I agree with you.
And when he bets and when he raises, he has it. I mean, he raised there on the river, honestly thinking his straight was good. He wasn't raising to make a play.
Rick's got a Jack Queen suited here from seat 1.
And does he raise or just call?
No, he did. He brought it in for a raise.
Okay.
In that position, of course.
No, he's hot now.
And Grace folds, and it's going to be heads up between Jim and
Jim and Rick, and
Jim's got the old 10-6. And they both have diamonds.
C2's out, and so it's...
And they both got a little bit of it.
And it got a pair.
They both have a pair, but Rick with top pair. And he just calls. See what the river brings? Turn brings, I mean. There's a king.
That can't really slow Rick down, I wouldn't think. I just...
No. And Jim's still going to call. And the 9 helps nobody, and Rick's going to take it down here.
How are you? You're back.
Jim's going to call him. Stubbornly call with that pair of 6s.
So anyways, Dave,
Jim gives a nod of approval. Nice hand.
the question about running cards twice in high-level, no-limit cash games, like in our 500 game, sometimes we allow the players to run cards 2 or 3 times, and what that basically happens is the pot is split up by the amount of times that they run the cards, so that people don't have to commit all of their chips to a drawing hand. Isn't that correct, Dave? Isn't that the purpose of it?
Yeah, not to trump you. I'm just gonna I'll try to explain it maybe a little easier.
Better, yeah. Go ahead.
What it basically is you're hedging your bet.
Yeah.
It's when 2 players are already all in.
All in, right.
If they're all in, and you've got a large amount of money at stake in the middle of the pot.
Yeah.
Well, what happens is, let's say one guy has 2 pair and the other guy's got a flush draw, right? And the 2 pair knows that he's a favorite to win the hand, but on any given one day, you never know what that last card's going to be. So what they're doing by running it more than once is hedging the last bet. Mm-hmm. They don't want to gamble all that. Let's say, because sometimes those pots can be $10,000.
Exactly.
So they don't want it. What they're trying to do is hedge it, where they know, let's run it 3 times, and that way the guy with the flush draw or the other guy with the 2 pair knows, okay, well, I'm definitely going to win at least one of these. Maybe I'll win 2.
A small portion of it, right.
And
so you don't lose all your money.
Exactly.
Right. Well explained.
And the reason behind it, I'll just go on one more time. Jim's got top pair here on the button. And the reason why this started was a long time ago when no-limit games were more popular than now.
Interesting here, Dave, that Jim flat called with King Jack on the flop from seat 4 from the button here. Didn't raise. He's waiting to raise. Okay, go ahead.
He mixes up his play.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
and now he's going to bet. And seat 2, ECS is going to call with. He's got a straight draw and an ace draw, and he hits a straight. Look at that.
Oh, and Jim's got top 2 pair now too, Dave.
Yeah, that's ooh.
Is he going to raise?
No.
No, he's not going to raise. Wow.
Oh, nice, just a smooth call there.
Yeah.
And the reason it started was a long time ago, No Limit, before the sudden boost in poker popularity, No Limit games would start out, and the problem was when you've had 10 players there playing, well, if 1 or 2 players got knocked out
Thank you, players.
and got broke, well, the game would end.
Right.
Well, nobody wanted the game to end, so what they started doing was let's run it twice or 3 times, and that way nobody would go broke, and it would keep the games
Right,
going.
right.
And that was the original reason behind running it more than
And
once.
because you chop the pots in the amount of times that you run the cards, it actually doesn't affect anything in terms of percentages or anything like that. It's the same thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's the same thing if you run it once or if you run it 3 times. As long as the pot is chopped by the number of times that you run it, you're not giving away any sort of edge. It's the same odds.
Right.
You know?
I mean, obviously, there are certain things. I mean, if I'm drawing to a heart and there's only 8 left, and I hit 2 on the first try,
Of course,
but
that's
there's
going
only
to
6
affect it.
left in the
Right,
next
there's going to affect. But before that happens, though,
Right.
we're talking about that it's.
And then literally what you're doing is when you're running it 3 times, you're splitting the pot into 3 even thirds.
3 pots.
3
Right,
pots.
right.
And the first third, the first run, the second
Right.
third, and you can still win all 3. You can
Right.
still win the entire pot. But just the odds are a little, you're hedging, pretty much.
So, like for an example, if you had a flush draw, like you said, you've got 3 different pots there, and if the heart comes 1, 2, or 3 of those times, you can win however many pots that you've actually won on the
Exactly.
hand. And when we were talking about the jackpot, I actually thought that they were going to stop doing that because they don't allow it in our restricted bind games because of the jackpot. But you still can do it, Dave, and if you run it multiple times, the first time applies to the jackpot.
Right.
That's how they're going to do it.
Generally speaking, in most casinos, in a high limit, no limit game, they allow deals
Right.
like that.
Right.
And Grace has got a little piece of that, doesn't she? She does. She's got top pair.
Raise.
And George, we haven't seen much of him lately. He's got 2 pair with 8 deuce. He was in the big blind. I'm gonna just take for granted that he was in the big blind. He was, and he's not slowing down on this thing. He's got 8 deuce, and he thinks it's the best hand. And he's gonna keep firing at
Did
it.
he
I like to
he
play.
bet and then re-raised, right? Or did
bet.
he check raise?
Grace raised him.
Okay.
Raised him, and then he made 3 bets. And Tony's still in there with his 6.
Grace has got top pair here. She's got 7, 8.
And George has got top and bottom. And now he's got a full house.
Ugh.
And on your side. Check.
And he checks it. No,
No,
excuse
he
me, he
bet
bet
it.
it. I'm sorry.
I like the way he's playing. He sees the way that everybody plays, and he's going to bet it straight out. And he gets a call. And trying to think here. Grace is actually drawing to only a tie.
Right.
Another 8 comes out. And it does not. And George has got the best hand by far. And he's going to bet.
Let's see if Grace pays him off here, Dave, what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And it looks like she's going to.
And this is one of those things. You know what? If Jim is betting, I can understand paying Jim off.
Right. But George, right?
In these 2 cases, I mean, Tony was before, and Tony's going to overcall this, which is just with his,
Right.
which is
Fix.
really a questionable play.
Right.
You know. And when I say overcall, folks, what I mean is, George bet, okay? Grace has already called him,
Right.
okay? And now they're doing an overcall. Now, even if Tony were to say, "Hey, I think George is bluffing," he's got to be able to beat Grace also.
Right.
It's just, you can't do that with a pair of 6s. And like you always say, it's Grace's. That's our biggest problem in her game is she pays off 2 people that have shown. I haven't seen George or Tony bet without a hand yet.
Right. We could talk about that hand with A7 that she ended up winning on the river.
Yeah,
but again, we've seen the way that George has played now, too, where he's not even raising with 2 pair necessarily, and he raised her on that hand, and she continued to call with the 7.
Yeah,
You
well,
know,
that was
it's
actually
more-
Tony, but this is
Tony, excuse me, seat 6. That's why I keep messing up the names. Tony in seat 6.
right. But George in seat 7,
Yeah.
I've only seen him play about 3 hands the entire night. And he 3 bets it on the flop, right? And then continues to bet, and she still calls with an 8 with a 7 kicker. That's can't possibly think our 8's good. I mean, that's difficult.
Here's one. David Mother Tucker for your name.
Close. Now we're getting better. I like it better. Dave Mother Tucker. Not my favorite still. Like I said, David Tuckman's fine. Tuck is fine.
Yeah.
Mother. Hey, okay. I'm okay with that.
Rick's got pocket 5s and he leads right out.
Leads right out. Yeah. He's got the best hand.
Sorry.
Jacks, a spade, 5, a spade.
I actually don't mind the lead out there. It's a raise there from seat 8. Can we get a close-up of seat 8? I'm not. It's a new player. Oh, no, that's Kim. He's moved to seat 8. Thank you. Seat 9 is a new player. And that is Keith. I know him. Keith is actually, he's actually good friends with Dutch Boyd, Keith. And he's part of the Dutch Boyd gang.
Thank
And we saw a raise there by seed, looks like a check raise
By
by
Kim.
by Kim, and he actually takes the pot down.
Big blind.
Nice bet. Nice raise.
Yep.
Keith Boyarsky out of North Hollywood. I've seen him at the World Series, and I've seen him play a lot of big tournaments here. Good friends with Dutch Boyd, and he's part of that Dutch Boyd gang.
The crew
The crew.
with Scott Fishman and what's the guy, Brent Youngblood?
Yeah.
Yep. I actually never really
Keith
met
is
any
the-
of those guys
Keith is
personally.
the unknown
Uh-huh.
one of this group. And you can see him wearing the ski hat. Once in a while, it can be cold here. Or maybe it's a fashion statement. I'm not sure.
Kashi says, how about Friar Tuck?
Friar Tuck. I like Friar Tuck. See, that's fine. I like that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're getting much better. At least I have my own identity now.
Okay. What do you want? 3 bet?
And we're 3-betting
Yeah,
there.
Rick's got ace-queen offsuit here from the big blind.
Scab?
And I got to be honest with you,
C2's capping with pocket 6s here.
yeah. And Jim's going to call with ace-8 of
That's
diamonds.
not normally something that Rick would do from the blind with
Yeah.
ace-queen offsuit, I don't think so. See how it plays out.
Okay.
We got a couple of diamonds there. Jim's flopped the nut flush draw.
See how Rick plays
ECS
this.
still has the best hand.
Rick's going to lead.
Rick's going to lead.
Raise.
Not a big fan of the play, to be honest with you. Against this field, Jim's not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't get rid of him that way, and
Right.
that's all you're going to face now. Now what does Rick do? Now Rick's going to call.
Looks like it. Now, what about pocket 6s here, David? Just the flat call on the flop here.
I don't mind. You know what? 9-10-3 is not a
Yeah.
scary flop. I don't mind the call at the 6s. Let's see what happens. Now
Rick's got top pair.
see, Rick gets rewarded by honestly, I'm friends with him. I can be cruel here. That's an asinine play.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Don't hold anything back.
I can't. That's just he got lucky,
And he's going to check raise seat 4 here.
and he's playing the player, and I understand what he's doing, but he's putting an awful lot of money in there
Uh-huh.
with nothing. He had ace queen.
Yeah.
He put $60 in pre-flop. Then he puts in $40 on the flop.
Seat 4's re-raising, Dave.
Well, he's got a flush draw. We've seen him re-raise with less than that.
Well, now the question now is, Rick is like, well, am I beat? Do I have the best hand in my head? Should I re-raise?
Should I just call or re-raise?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Let's
See
see
if
if a
the
diamond
railroad-
comes on the end. No,
And
it's
it
a
doesn't.
safe card.
And Rick's going to take it down.
He checks. Look at this. Well, of course, seat 4, is going to continue with the bet.
Of course, he's got a bluff at
And
it.
you've got Rick's going to pay him off. Excuse me. Rick is going to call, not pay him off, but he's going to
Right.
get paid
Not
off.
clearly.
Yeah.
There's no way he's going to get bluffed out of his hand.
Again, it looked kind of the look on seat 4's face is telling me that he might not understand the value of the hands, and I don't even mean to sound like derogatory or.
No, I understand.
I think he seems to be a little bit confused.
Thank you.
Well, some people see a flush draw, and I think it's the the
Yeah,
end all
right,
of
right.
hands there.
You know.
And like I was saying with the critical, sometimes obviously the person taking in the pot, I don't necessarily have to agree with the play that he made there, because what he did was he put $100 in the pot, hoping for just drawing to just an ace or a queen,
Right.
with the hopes that maybe it's good, because the other player could have just as easily had ace 10 or
There
ace
was a
9.
guy in the middle there too.
Right,
like
and
I
one of
said.
them could have
Yeah.
had ace 9 or ace 10.
Uh-huh.
Or a diamond. Now, Rick also doesn't have diamonds in his hand. He had one diamond in his hand, I believe.
No, he didn't have any diamonds.
He doesn't need them. So
No.
that means the ace of diamonds and the queen of diamonds is also not an out for him.
Right.
So he's got very few outs he's drawing to. Now, he happened to hit his out there. But you can see he put $100 in there against lesser opponents.
Right.
I'm just not a big fan of that.
He happened to hit his out. The only really 3 safe outs, which were non-diamond queens.
Pretty much,
Two,
yeah.
two outs because he
Right.
holds one of the non-diamond queens.
Because sometimes
and he
when
hit it on the turn.
Sometimes when you call with ace, a big ace like ace
Right.
queen there, somebody could be playing ace 8 or ace 9, hit their bottom part of it, and then when you catch your ace, they've caught 2 pair.
So okay, ace jack out of the big blind is raising. Rick has called from the small blind with 9 jacks.
He had already put in. I
Right.
think he'd already put in a little bit of money, and he said, "I'm in there now."
Now seat 4 he's got trips.
Let's see how he plays it. Let's see if he
For
puts
some
on the acting
reason,
job.
I just feel that he's not going to raise here, Dave. I just have a sense that he's not going to do it.
So he tends to raise when he has nothing and
Right.
call when he has something. Let's see.
Yep, put in less money when he has the best hand.
Raise.
Oh no, he does raise. Oh, I got to give him some credit for that.
This is a pretty easy laydown for
Well,
for
but you
ECS.
never know though, because the guy's been showing down these hands.
He has, but there's sometimes where you just got to pick your battles.
Well,
So the guy does have a king. What do you do now? See now
now
what
he's going to
happens.
get really in
See
trouble.
how it
here.
happens here. It's one of those hands where even against an opponent who could be bluffing this hand, I'll give it up because I'm going, where I don't even know where I'm at now.
Yeah, ECS checks and calls here on the turn.
And the river is going to check and call. I'd almost guarantee. And you just get yourself in trouble by calling that original raise.
And Jim in seat 4's got the best hand.
And he's going to show it and win. And it's one thing when you call even a player who bluffs. If there's a pair on the board, you've got to be cautious about calling a raise because you're pretty much drawing dead if he is telling the truth. Now, if he's not telling the truth, hey, great play. But if he is telling the truth, then you're just paying him off and you can't even catch up. I mean, runner ace would have done it, but it's hard.
Within an hour until
Mountains and mountains of chips in front of these players. Again, the chips are stacked in 20 chip increments, so each one represents $100. Rick's got a few thousand in front of him. Grace has got a pyramid of chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So probably like 2,500 in front of Rick. If those are 20 chip stacks, and they look, I don't know if they're a little bit short there.
Every fight you're bound to win one. By sheer luck.
raise.
We've seen some wild, crazy action here so far, Dave.
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. And it's funny. Sometimes you get a couple of crazy players at the table, and it affects the entire table.
Here's a play that you guys aren't going to see out there. Seat 7, George raised, and Rick with ace-jack offsuit on the button mucked. I like the play. I really do. It's not a calling hand. It's usually a muck or a 3-bet hand.
Well, and the reason why he mucked, some people can say, wait a second, he just played ace-queen like that. Why is he
Right.
mucking ace-jack? He's playing the player.
Right, George.
Raised. George hasn't showed many hands. He hasn't played many bad hands. He's giving George a little respect.
Yeah.
And ace-jack is one of those easily dominated hands.
King 3 is going to make a move and check raise here, but seat 3 has got, seat 7, the original raiser, has King Queen, so he's not going to go anywhere, Dave.
No, Sparky's making a move.
Yeah.
He's out there in the middle of the river without a paddle.
You know, another thing, just
And then he makes the move and then he checks.
he checks the turn. Well, sometimes people will do that on draw. And look at this, he checks behind him. Of course, King 10 really never had any type of draw, so maybe he thought that he could get the guy to lay down the hand. What I was going to say, Dave, is all my years of playing this game, especially here, is you almost will never see someone who flops trips check raise the flop. If they're going to check to slow play, they'll try to check raise you on the turn. Someone check raises the flop, it usually indicates they're on some sort of draw. And it actually might be a good time to do it, because if you're on a heart draw, the guy who bet initially on the flop might check behind you on the turn. You actually get a reverse free card. You know what I mean? You get a reverse free card by doing that.
Yeah, it's an odd way to work it, because personally, I gotta be honest with you. If I'm in position and that hand, I can't believe George checked that on the turn.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's...
I don't understand it. You have a king queen, the guy checks to you. Certainly, he's not going to check an 8 or a queen.
Especially, he check raised you on the flop.
I'll give him another chance to check raise me again.
Right.
And if I fall for it again, I'll fall for it again. But I just don't believe it.
Raise.
But that was the thing. That was Rick playing the player. He clearly respected George's raise and realized that ace-jack is a very easily dominated hand. It's a big underdog to ace-queen and ace-king. And we got a whole bunch of nothing out there. King, queen, 8. That's actually Keith in seat 8. I apologize. That's Kim. He's going to bet the ace and he's going to take it down.
Right, somebody was going to take him up on that offer to share it.
Kim's kind of got that Caesar cut going on there. You see the forward look. It's growing popular in recent years.
Sparky in seat 3, Rick in seat 1, ECS in seat 2, Jimmy in seat 4.
Jimmy having his Pepsi. Pepsi is free here. If you're playing at a table, it is free.
If you want a Pepsi Pal, you're going to pay for it.
Really?
Name the movie.
If you want a Pepsi, pal, shoot.
Pepsi free. If you want a Pepsi Pal, you're going to pay for it. All right.
I don't
2
know. Well,
plus 2
somebody will
Yep.
jump in there.
Give me a tab. I can't give you a tab unless you order something.
3 players.
Oh.
It'll come to you, Tuck.
I got it. I got it. I'm going to let the people from 2 plus 2 get it now.
Okay.
And Tony's hit his set. Go, Tony. And Keith's got big slick there. He's got a backdoor flush draw and a straight draw, but nothing yet. And Tony's still got a set of sixes here.
Set of sixes.
And he bets. And once again, this is Tony. Tony only bets when he has the hands.
Yep.
And Keith's going to call this. I'm not a big fan of this call here.
Keith he's only been in the table for about 20 minutes, so.
Right. Well, he doesn't know Tony, but still, though,
Yeah.
Ace King is only Ace King. There's a lot of hands that Tony could have. Tony could have King, Queen, Jack. Tony could have Queen. I mean, you're drawing to just 6 outs. If those 6 outs are good.
Scary, but not that scary.
I think you really do bring up a good point.
I always
Dave,
bring up good points.
that if you've got a guy who plays extremely passively and who's a calling station, and they raise or they show any type of strength, they're not capable of making a move on you. And that's what you talk about. You got to sit down and figure out who is capable of making a move on
it's
you.
the first thing I do. First thing I do, I sit down at the table. I go, okay, which one of these players can bluff me out of a hand?
Right.
Okay, those are the only ones
Yeah.
that I have.
Big blinds?
Well, that I will even possibly pay off.
Right.
With a worse hand.
Right.
Nothing pisses me off worse than paying off a guy like Tony, who's a very nice guy. If I pay him off on the river, that just infuriates myself. I'm really mad at myself for doing that.
Right.
Raise.
It's like I said, Tony might as well turn his cards face up for
Right.
playing against him. You know what I mean?
And again, it is a common type of player at this level.
Huge. It's a common type of player at every level. I haven't played a high enough level that I haven't seen that player. You got a couple of Queen 4s out there. And an Ace 7. And clubs are represented, but those are all red cards. And nobody's got a diamond, but Keith's going to bluff at it.
It's your turn now.
Bluffs with the best hand, then he takes it down.
The profile of a 20, 40, 30, 60 mid-level player is actually kind of interesting because you have people you have one type of person that are trying to grind it out and maybe make a living at it. They don't have another job like us, and that's what they're trying to do. You have another type of player that might have a job but comes here to try to make, some side money at it. And then you have a third type of player that owns small businesses. They have a lot of time on their hands, and they have a lot of money. And they don't necessarily want to go and play 3-6 because it really isn't a lot of money. And you see a lot of people actually at these tables that own small to mid-level businesses. They enjoy poker. They come down recreationally, and they have a lot of time on their hands, and they actually have a lot of,
That's
they have a lot of expendable money.
One of the reasons I
too.
love this job is the fact that I stand at the table and I get to see so many different people, so many great different types, people, different nationalities, people coming from different areas of the world. I mean, it's amazing. Mm-hmm. People owning businesses, doing this, and it's really interesting. And Tony's flopped the straight.
Now, there are 3 spades on the board.
But nobody's got a spade.
And he bets.
See?
Yeah.
He's not tricky. He bets. Why? Because there's no reason for him not to bet. He only thinks, I had the best hand. Why wouldn't I bet?
Pocket 6s with no spade calls here, Dave, with seat 4. Oh, just,
I bet.
And he mucks. So he was drawing to one of those 23-1 type 2-outers.
More than that, even.
Well, of course, he didn't know that he had a straight.
Right, exactly.
Now, Tony shows Grace that he flopped a straight, which should give even more of a reason for Grace never to pay him off again, right? The entire night.
Of course. Well, I mean, Tony's there. He's there to have a good time.
Yeah.
Just like, and he's sitting there, and I don't think it dawns on him to go, why wouldn't I bet this? I have the best hand. I have a straight. Of course I'm going to bet. And in the same way, if he doesn't hit a flop, it doesn't dawn on him, why should I try to bet this? I don't have anything. He's a straightforward player. And those are my favorite type to play against. Plus, he's friendly, which even makes it better.
You know, you're getting a little heat about the ace-queen with the Rick play, and people are saying, I like how Rick played it also because he isolated the crazy guy and by the button. The thing, Rick was in the small blind when he 3-betted with ace-queen offsuit, and I don't know if people
But
are...
he didn't isolate him.
Yeah.
Didn't isolate him because the
Right.
big blind called.
Right.
If he was isolating
He
him,
was,
I
in
would have loved
first,
to
he
play.
was in first position, too.
Right.
So,
Now, Grace in seat 5 is capable of isolating because the guy's in seat 4. He's right
Right.
to a right.
Right.
But Rick didn't isolate him. If he had, I would have liked to play much more.
so we see three-way action here. A bet and a raise by C8, looked like, and a call.
Well, Kim's mixing it up a little more. He's raising with his pair of 5s. Oh, and look at that.
Set of 6s
Tony's
for
got a
Tony.
set of
Boy,
6s.
Tony is en fuego, like
Well,
you said.
and Kim's got a open-ended straight draw now.
And he leads,
I raise.
and Tony's going to raise.
And that, pure clue.
Pure
I mean,
clue that
I
he's,
put-
he's got 3-5 beat, that's
minimum
for sure.
Tony's got is like king 5,
Two
king
pairs,
6.
right?
Minimum.
2
He
pairs.
might even have
straight,
7,
set, right, right.
minimum.
Minimum 2 pairs. Of course, 3-5 has outs to that, but
Yeah, but he might even have outs just to draw. I mean, there's also 2 spades out there. I mean, I just...
so I was going to say you'd love to see a check and fold here, which would definitely be the
Yes,
correct play.
without a doubt.
Yeah.
Clearly. And sometimes, you know, people are can criticize me on the ace-queen play, and it's one of those things they go, hey, you know what, it looked really good because the queen came out.
Right.
You know, the next 8 out of 10 times that it happens and the queen doesn't come out, suddenly you go, wow, Rick lost $140 on a just ace-queen. You know? It's too much money to lose on a hand that's not that good, I think. Hey, if you get in there for $40 and then you don't flop anything, throw it away. Especially against people that won't fold. I mean, you've seen Jim in seat 4. He'll call you down with 9 high. Certainly can't bluff him. So there's no equity in bluffing, and if you can't bluff a guy, that means you have to hit your hand. So there's Sparky. Sparky's raising with Sparky's not showing. Well, now he's showing.
King Queen suited.
King Queen suited.
I like that hand in limit. It's one of my favorite hands in limit. Heads up,
clubs.
2-way action. And look
And-
at this seat 4's flop 2 pairs. And he's going to bet it, and we're going to see a
No,
check
just,
and a
just
call.
one pair.
Top pair,
Just top
excuse
pair,
me.
yeah.
That's what I said. Top pair.
Stop there.
And 3 diamonds on the board. And he checks behind it, Dave. He checks behind his top pair on the turn, and he's going to end up winning it, but that's a very, very dangerous check on the turn. You know, it's funny, Abe, I gave my buddy Carlos a hard time. He was on this show about a month and a half ago, and you know, a third suited card, this was in a no-limit game, a third suited card came on the turn. He thought that somebody in front of him was on a flush draw. So instead of betting his top pair on the turn, he checked it. And what that allowed to happen was a fourth suited card to come on the river, and he lost to a flush. The guy wasn't on a flush draw. And people were like, well, what if I get check raised? What if I get check raised? Well, that's scared poker, Dave. You know,
You can't play scared. I agree with you 100%. You can't play scared, and you can't play scared of being check raised.
Yeah.
If they're going to check raise you, so be it. Let them check raise you.
Right.
Because more often than not, they're not going to. You know
Now,
what I mean?
the crew member, what's his name again?
Keith.
Seat 9. He's got aces. He's in the small blind, so let's see how he plays them. And he's going to raise.
And I like that play. He's trying to get the big blind
Of
out.
course.
Trying to get Rick out there. And Rick doesn't have much. He's going to throw it away.
Of course,
He gets
aces are going to be favored hugely over three
Well, especially
three
this is
players,
heads
so.
up here now.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he wanted. Plus, he's also got dead money in there. And C2's flop top pair. I don't think he's going to go anywhere, but he just smooth calls.
Smooth call.
I'd like a raise there. I'd like to see where I'm at, to be honest with you.
Another diamond comes. And
Now
he's got the king of diamonds,
Yeah,
Dave.
well, now he's not going anywhere.
See if he puts it. No, he doesn't put in a raise. Let's see if he puts in a raise there on the turn.
He's got a lot of outs. He doesn't hit one of them, though. And the aces are going to be good.
Pocket ace.
Showdown.
Aces are good.
And one of the reasons I also like the raise there, some people like to slow play their aces or something. One of the reasons I like the raise there is you notice that Rick is in the big blind. He's got $20, and when he folds, that's $20 of dead money in the pot.
Right.
And when I say dead money, is there's nobody representing it. It's just laying there, and it's just extra money. And you always love that dead money. You want money in there that and nobody's even got a chance to win it, except you.
I didn't look at it until then. So.
Aces in the blind in the limit game has always been a big controversy with me commenting on aces in the blind. If you've ever read any of the 2+2 threads, and
well, what is your position on it? Do you like to raise them?
Of course, I like to raise it, and it was just a situation where I said in certain circumstances where there's a lot of people in out of the big blind, you might not necessarily want to raise pocket aces out of the big blind if there's already 7 limpers in. And I don't know if my views changed about it. I've actually been doing a lot of research. It is definitely a value raise. If people say, well, aces is always going to be the best hand multi-way, well, then you'd always want to root for a 9-handed game if you have aces. Chances are you're not going to win the pot, but you're going to have the most value because you're going to be favored over everyone. So it's
Grace has the best hand here with deuces.
Ace 5 actually.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see it.
Yep.
And Jim calls there with the queen 6 diamonds.
But you always would raise aces out of the small blind, too, to drive the big blind out anyway, so Dave, it's not even a question.
And Jim's picked up a flush draw. He's got one less out than he thinks he has, probably, because of the ace of diamonds. But he's actually got a few more outs, because a 6 and a queen are actually outs as well.
Yeah. That's not going to...
That's not the out he's looking for.
And
ace 5, he's just continuing to bet, and I like it. He put the other guy maybe on a club draw, not quite a diamond draw.
Well, the only thing, though, is that, well, I was going to say, is against, a normal type of player, the problem with betting a bottom pair like that would be, you might only be called by a hand that's going to beat you, but we've seen C4 called with 9 high.
With Jim, you've got to always value bet. Because you will be called by pretty much, he might even call with pocket deuces there.
Right.
He might call with 9 high, you never know.
Right. And that's where I said I was a little bit confused because I don't know if he quite understood that he had 9 high on that hand.
Now, I'll mix up my play in the big blind and the small one in terms of raising. Like, there are sometimes I might even raise the ace-king suited, ace-queen suited.
Of course,
for value. Right. And just to mix it up, play a little bit. But pocket aces and pocket kings, I'll pretty much raise 100% of the time if I'm in the big blind and the small blind. I view it as the best hand at the time, and I'm going to say I'm going to put as much money as I can in the pot.
Right. And Rick's got pocket kings on the button.
And I'm not looking to disguise my hand. I don't really care if they know I have aces.
Right. And he's going to 3-bet on the button.
With kings. Nice. Gets ECS out. Gets Sparky out.
8 had 5s. He brought the hand in seat 8 with pocket 5s.
And he's going to call.
Rick's a huge favorite here.
Yeah, about 81 to 19%, right? That's not a bad flop for kings. Sometimes people get scared of the board pairs. They go, that could have a queen.
No.
Of course he could have a queen, but less chance, right, when you see 2 of them out there. Right. More likely the guy has jack 10.
Checks and calls, and let's see if he's going to check all the way down, check and call all the way down here.
Well, this is one of those things where you might put, theoretically, you could put Rick on ace-king, and you don't put him on a 9, you don't put him on a queen because the queens are out there.
Right.
Against certain players, it's not a bad play.
Now there's a lot of stuff out there that's
right. The jack would be scary than anything else.
And a third diamond too, where he's going to pay him off all the way down.
And I don't agree with the play. Obviously, I would probably fold it as well, but I can see how he's thinking there.
No,
sometimes if it comes out,
I mean, heads up, it's a little bit different because if you think the guy has ace king.
But there have been times where heads up, I could have something as little as pocket 3s, and the flop comes out, say, king 6. And I honestly think I had the best hand. I'm putting the other guy on like ace queen or ace check. But oftentimes what I'd like to do is instead of just checking and calling,
make some sort of move in there.
Well, I'll make a raise on the flop.
Right.
See where he's at. If I get 3-bet, I go, okay, that's where you're trying to tell me now. I get some information that way.
Well, I always love to have people when I have an overpair or actually anything for that matter who love to get tricky and check raise me on the flop. I almost will always smooth call that check raise and then will raise the turn. So they have absolutely no idea, that if I necessarily had an overpair or not. You know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah. The only time you're running into it is just in case he does happen to have the queen in that case.
Well,
right. But you're better off. It's probably a profitable play in the long run there. Rick's going to raise it with pocket 10s. Jim's going to make it 3-bets with ace jack. And they're going to get a heads up here. Let's see if Rick makes it 3 bets. Now, this is the kind of case where I got to be honest with you. I'd almost rather just making it 3 bets and not capping it here. You know what I mean? This is the kind of hand. He's already got him isolated. I don't see the value in making it cap before the flop, because now what do you do? Now he lost. If Rick, I'm almost positive Rick considers himself a better player than Jim, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't want to put my money in the pot until I know where I'm at.
Now, Rick has raised, and there's a smooth call from Jim in seat 4. Oh, see what Jim does now.
Well, that's just going to make Rick pay
It's
him
going
off
to make
even
Rick
more.
even pay him off anymore because there's less of a chance of the jack coming in there. Let's see if he raises here, or if he just smooth calls.
And you see the play there by Rick. He already had him isolated, which is why I like the bet.
And a strong bet on the river, Dave. Throws the chips at Rick.
And sometimes that actually suggests weakness.
Right,
Some people
right.
like to throw money in there strongly.
Right.
It's almost like opposite. You know, when you act strong, you're weak, and when you act weak, you're strong.
And he's going to turn over Ace-Jack, which is a great hand for this board.
That's
Rick
just,
can-
and that's the kind of hand there. Very similar to the way the Ace-Queen hand worked out. Just this time he didn't get lucky. And I don't like the way Rick played the hand.
the other thinking is that I was looking at something else. I was looking at the post, but I assume that he 3-betted out of the blind and then Rick 4-betted from behind with 10.
Well, exactly. Rick made it 2 bets in the cutoff spot.
Yeah.
Which is the cutoff spot is the one before the position, the button, by the way.
Right.
And he made it actually on the button. I think he has. Yeah, he had the button.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He was in the big blinds. He made it 3 bets.
And then Rick capped it.
And it was already isolated. It was already heads up. And I don't see when you have pocket 10s. Pocket aces and kings are a little different. When you have pocket 10s, you know they're vulnerable. Why do you want to put an extra $20 in there?
Well, the theory is, I'm going to answer the question, and I'm not saying I disagree or agree with you, is that if Rick thinks that he has the best hand, which he does, why not make a value re-raise?
I'll give you a reason why not. I don't believe in taking small edges against inferior players.
Okay, no, I'll buy that
And in that
too.
case, Rick knows Jim's going to pay him off. He's got to wait till the hand, though. And he took a very small edge with that. And here Jim's got best hand and got a pair 4s.
Of course, Rick did have position, though, too, so it would have been a small edge with position putting more money in there.
And ECS is going to pick up a flush draw. And look at that. Jim throws away his 4s. And Tony's calling here. Tony's calling with the best hand, actually. Believe it or not. And they're gonna chop it up now if nobody bets.
I'm not telling you what I have. I'm saying you want some.
Oh, if I want some, no.
But he actually called with the best hand.
Yeah, he's going to bet here, and you can probably bet seat 6, whoever. I keep
I would
getting
assume
names
he's got
screwed up.
10 high.
Yeah, out of the pot.
Nice bet by ECS there. I like the bet on the flush draw. Nobody showed strength, and he bet it. And represented either an ace or maybe a jack.
And Dave, everyone quickly got Back to the Future. There were actually 4 posts here at the same time.
I got it about 5 minutes late. Didn't want to ruin it. But you understand what I'm saying with Rick there. Why put more? I mean, he's got pocket 10s. The flop comes out ace, king, jack. So ace, king, queen.
Right.
He knows his 10s aren't good. I mean, they might still be good, but see what happens before you.
Well, the other thing, too, is that you actually don't really have as good a... You don't really know exactly where you are in the hand versus someone who you play with and play solid and you have a pattern on, because he could really have anything. We've seen him re-raise with 9 deuce offsuit from
Without
the
a doubt, 100%. And I think that's what Rick was thinking. I'm going to re-raise him. And the problem was, I think he ended up losing, 80, 40, 40. He ended up losing $200 in that hand. I take no offense being compared to Skippy.
Family Ties.
Family Ties is actually one of the greatest shows. I think personally one of the greatest sitcoms of all time. I don't know how many people. I had a huge crush on Mallory.
Now seat 7's got top pair here. It looked like it got checked around on the flop.
Actually, but Jim's got a set of 6s.
Yep. And now seat 7's going to lead, and Jim's going to raise.
And he raises with the best hand. He's got a set of 6s. Good for
and
him.
seat 6 is going to call with...
Got a flush draw. Jack of clubs gives him...
Jack of clubs is giving him a flush draw, yeah.
And as long as the 10 of clubs doesn't come out, he should be okay.
Yep, if a club comes.
Right, exactly.
King 10.
It's one of those things where it's dangerous, though. If
Now,
10 of clubs comes out, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
George is in big trouble here. Now remember, George checked the flop. He did have a top pair, but there were 3 clubs on the flop.
Yeah.
From early position. And
And George should be able to get away
And
with his
he,
hands.
and he mucks it, and he
Yeah,
does.
good
I've
muck.
seen a couple of good laydowns by him.
Well, he looks at it, he goes, I'm not sure. It's one of those things where you go, I'm not exactly sure what Jim
Right.
has, but I know I'm beat.
And 2 spades isn't going to be any help.
No, that gives full house for...
Right. And here's another case where Jimmy's not going to show his hand down, so people can't really give him credit for anything. Unless he does flip his cards over, and I don't think he has been when he doesn't. No,
There he
there
goes.
it is. There's
And he
the
shows a 6.
What was that?
And George has got to feel good about that. George has got to, oh, good, I laid down a loser.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he'd be upset that, he got unlucky. But take a little pride in the fact that he saved himself money. And money saved is money earned. I mean, it's the same difference.
You do sound a little bit like Skippy.
Do I?
Yeah.
Skippy. I always wanted to be the other guy. You know, the guy that, the Mallory's boyfriend?
Nick.
Hey.
Nick. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
And I forget the actor that played that, but he was on some other things too. And yeah. Of course, these people
Michael
got
J. Fox,
IMDb.
I love
yeah,
Michael
of
J.
course,
Fox.
Yeah.
He was great in that.
Yeah.
The whole show. It's just a fabulous show. Well done.
And Alex P. Keaton went to Leland College, and Mallory and Skippy went to Grant. How I know that off the top of my head is
You should have left
I
that
know,
quiz
I know.
questions.
I
Got to
know.
save those.
Yeah.
That's like a quiz question. Do you know what high school? Breakfast Club. Do you know what high school it was?
No.
Okay, let's see 2 plus 2. Let's see who knows. What high school was it? 2 plus 2. Breakfast Club.
George is raising here out of the small blind. He has got ace queen offsuit.
And he's trying to limit the field a little bit. It didn't work very
Well,
well.
limit the field. Everyone had limped in. I bet this is not a hand that I like to raise out of blinds with
Ace
because
queen
it's not
offsuit? No.
offsuit. Maybe suited, but at least flop top pair.
Flop top pair, but Tony's got a flush draw.
Yep.
A lot of clubs out there. We see that. We see a club in almost everybody's hands, so we know the odds of a club the flush coming are even smaller than normal.
What do you think about check raising here with ace queen, Dave, from early position? If you hadn't raised out of the blind.
If I hadn't raised
Yeah.
out of the blind, I might have been a good play. But once you raise, and look at that, Keith has got the straight. Keith turned the straight there.
Well, you got to think he's going to raise here if he's a good player, and he
He
does.
has to raise with the
Yeah.
clubs out there,
Yeah.
and that's not going to stop. That's not going to stop Tony from calling.
Well, of course, it's not going to stop Tony from calling, but regardless if he hits it or not, it's the extra money that he's made off of that call. And that's what we're talking about limit.
You're making him pay for it.
And very difficult to get away from ace queen here, but George, if you got raised in between there, it's something to think about. You know what I mean?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
A lot of hands. There's also, you got to think of other hands in terms of like people like Queen Jack. People like those hands. You got to think that you might not be good.
And I don't think that
It'll be an easy
six
lay
is-
down for Tony.
Yeah. George might call here if he thought that there was a slight chance that he had two
Well,
pair
the
and he
pot's
got
big enough. It
countered
might
for-
be a value
yeah.
call.
Shut up, please.
And he also hasn't seen Keith lay down much stuff. He hasn't seen Keith. It's one of those things. Sometimes, I think clearly when the flop comes out king with queen with 2 clubs,
Yeah.
I think George was kind of like his eyes were kind of keen on. Okay, no club, no club, no club, and then the 8 of spades falls, and it doesn't look like a scary card. Like, oh, that's not scary.
Right. But you would be amazed, 2+2ers and people who are watching this broadcast, and Dave, about how many people will flop kind of a nut hand at the time, like a nut straight or trips at the time, in a multi-way pot with 7 or 8 people left, behind you. You flop a straight with 2 suited cards, or you flop trips with 2 suited cards, and they just flat call on the flop. And sometimes they do it on the turn. I've seen people who would call a straight like that on the turn to try to get some sort of raise on the river, which is just suicidal. You know what I mean? Absolutely suicidal.
Well, you look at it.
It's suicidal, and you lose bets, too.
You think about it.
know?
If he had waited till the river,
Yeah.
he would have never gotten the call from Tony.
Exactly.
Obviously, because Tony
Right.
missed his hand.
Right.
Goes with slow playing and limit hold'em is just. I don't see how it's a profitable thing.
Yeah.
Hey, against really good players to disguise your hand once in a while,
Yeah.
but generally speaking, these players aren't looking that way.
Check.
We got a 10-3-3 flop. Everybody's got a whole bunch of hooey here. And Jim's picked up a pair of 5s. And Tony's picked up a flush draw. King high flush draw, and he's going to call him. Now, this is one of those things when the pot's not that big, you don't really have the odds to call a flush draw on the turn. Probably should just let it go. But he's going to call, and he misses. Queen of spades comes out. And Jim's going to check, and
Shut up, please.
once again, you see Tony there. He's not really, he's not the bluffing type. And seat 8 had queen 4, but he was actually not in the hand. That was Kim.
And Dave, it looks like Greg is going to come into the box now, and we are going to go to our table talk portion of the broadcast, and we're going to say goodbye to you for tonight.
Yes.
And I will be back with Denny Williams in about a half an hour, and both of us may be back for portions or all of the show on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So
I actually might be in here tomorrow. Tomorrow's
we're actually going to possibly tape something tomorrow and put it on Wednesday. That's kind of the confusing thing.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just be around tomorrow then, okay? No big deal. Hey, well, this is David Tuckman, Tuck Fryer, whatever, any of those. Those all work. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
And we will be back in a half an hour. And right now we're going to turn the volume up on the table. Let you guys enjoy.
That's been raised. 3 bets. Three players, 3 bets.
Call. 700.
Call? Yeah, he's 700 back. We'll stack these up. You want to do it? Wait, you got action in front of you. That was the last bet. That's the last bet. Now you can go.
Finally got it. I'll show it
What was it?
King high flush. Thank you,
King
sir.
high flush. Diamond?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me, we're doing alpha right now.
Big blind, sir?
Did you order? Everything trying to teach me when you play.
Okay.
I usually carry about a $1.
2 minutes here, $10.
It's the same bottle, so take the 250.
Not the same bottle. One is good and one is okay.
What's the house cover?
It's taquito. It's not really Cabernet, it's house red, table wine.
3 players.
Cabernet is very inspiration.
That's good. That's what I need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim said it's on draft, so be careful.
Okay.
They go tap on the wine.
Yeah, they got to get the box cutter.
Yeah, exactly.
Check to you, sir.
Check.
Well, Matt Dog, 20. Now when you're at the river, you got about 3 of those cases already used. What's that? Yeah, you're right.
Thank you, Rick. Should I take the big blind, sir?
Okay. You insist?
Doc Ginger,
Yeah.
salesman.
Hey, man, this guy raised. chop before we even look? Good timing. You want? You want to play? Oh, we're playing? Okay.
You just gave me the button.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just saw your cards play.
there, yeah.
I don't play ace nine of diamonds. That's too good of a hand.
Only king 8 of diamonds. That's the one that makes the play.
Now please spend on that match. Thank you.
Side of their contract.
Please share with me. Oh yeah, for sure. You're from out of town? Where are you from? Denver. I'm doing that way. Playing poker.
Playing live at the bike.
Welcome back. We're going to sell your seat.
Oh, really? They don't want to play with me anymore?
No, but I stood up with
The only
you.
visitor here. Where are you from?
Protest.
Oh, they were bad mouthing me again?
I came here with my uncle. He's from
I had a lot of bad guys.
Huh?
Do it.
Normally, guest guys, you got to pay 976 here.
Duluth.
Got a yellow one?
We use the map in Denver.
That's like a win.
Hey, thank you very much.
Yeah, north of us.
We're going to have to put the food away.
We used to live in
Yeah.
Denver. Yeah. How long did you live there? Huh? How long did you live there? Oh, you mean in Duluth? Yeah. Oh, no, it's like 3 years. 3 years, yeah.
Pot's been raised.
Hey, okay, if you play acting, how about that?
Yeah. I'll call it.
5 players.
What are they doing?
Boxing.
Pot has been
Pacquiao
raised.
and,
Yeah, somebody just got knocked out.
From what, the tournament?
Boxing.
Oh, the boxing?
I thought a jackpot had been taken.
Yeah, the jackpot.
I got one over here.
Raised?
He's a razor.
All right, I call.
Got 4 players left.
I check.
Not bad.
Pot's been raised.
Freddy. Pacquiao ba yun? Ha? Si Pacquiao nagbaboxing?
Ano, gusto mo bumusta sa Pacquiao?
Hindi nga, gusto ko lang masunod. Pacquiao ba, hindi ba?
Hindi, maglalaban pa na.
Hindi ko lang. Hindi, ayoko. Baka matalo na naman.
May Pacquiao ka?
Baka matalo
You're calling? Or you're re-raising?
No, I called.
Bakas tayo.
Hindi na lang.
That's you. Yeah, that's why I asked.
Okay,
Looked like 3 bets to
Thank
me.
you very much.
2.5.
At least.
Somebody has a flash. I bet.
I don't think my hand's good anymore. I don't think it was good last card either. Damn.
I don't think so.
I got a straight.
That's all I got too. You don't have a flush?
No.
I got a 5-6. I can't believe you don't have a flush.
I don't believe that you don't have flash. I don't believe that you don't have flash.
Take your bets back, guys. Take your bets back.
I threw
All
away
right.
the flush
I'm sure everybody did.
I should have raised that river.
with the
I
6
would have won.
club.
Would you have folded if I raised?
No.
Yeah.
No, not the straight.
I would have folded if you called.
Yeah. Well, I can't call.
No, I wouldn't fool the straight.
If this
No
was
way.
a club, then I'd be winning everything.
Exactly. Or mine for that matter. If this is a club, I would have won.
We should have raised more before the flop.
Yeah, I know. I should have 3-bet before the flop. That's a problem.
Yeah, at least 5 times.
Remember that what you would have done, I would have called.
Yeah, I
You had to have a flush to have taken the pot.
No, we're talking before the flop.
Yeah, thank you.
You got to raise to at least 200.
Thank you very much, sir.
Push 3 stacks out there.
Yeah, this is fun.
Okay, $10.
All right.
That'd be an interesting game if it was
That's what I'm-
before the flop and then limit after the flop.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work.
It would be probably the most frustrating game in the
This is mine.
I'm not done yet. Yeah.
You are the small blind, sir.
I had 5-6. I had this. He didn't have a club. No, I'm done.
Pot's been raised.
We can't ask for a setup. We could ask for a setup, right? But not now. See, I forgot that we could ask for a setup.
I call.
Three players.
I check.
Three players left.
I check. It's your turn. Let's look at 7. I didn't know what their house family was going to be like.
Yeah, but how about
I
my chips?
Yeah, I don't like the house color.
Yeah.
She said you're looking good now. So what about my chips, though?
Pot's been raised.
I'm getting bored. I should play that. It's a marginal now. But that video is going to be at least 5. That video is at least 5 players. It's worth it.
4 players.
I'll check.
Pot's been raised. Heads up.
Queen 8.
Time.
You never know.
Yung makakalaban pala natin, Pacquiao yun eh. Akala ko, yung pala Pilipino din pala.
Thanks, sir.
That's where I'll throw my keys.
Oh, those are
Straight draw, flush draw.
You are first, sir. First fold. Yes, sir.
I still play this one.
5 players.
Instead of seeing in my head every time I look at my cards.
Down to 4 players.
My hand is not good anymore.
This 5's been raised.
Pre-race.
3 bets.
Nines.
Nines are good.
Greg, what you let me sweat that for?
Hey.
Give me a better signal. Damn, I missed it.
Can't make it too obvious now.
All right. Start making better.
Hey, thank you very much.
No, it happens every time. So.
One you didn't expect. Now it's
You're in.
I want to see the flop. See what the flop is going to be like.
4 players. It's a bet already, yes, sir.
Sorry. Bet. Call.
Okay, down to 3 players. You're first. Heads up. What's it good?
you got to set up it. Didn't mean to be minding your business how you're going to throw another chip out there.
I didn't know you were saying.
Yeah, you had 5 on this side and you had 3. I thought you were
Example. Thank you, sir.
She asked for it. I've never seen anyone ask for something to win. Always.
It's like changing the air in your tires.
Yeah, you never know you did it.
Got that fresh air.
Yeah.
cards at the same spot.
Just the other day we were playing, it was 2 ace cards.
I hear that all the time. I never seen it. I hear about it all the time.
Just gave everybody their money back.
Actually, I do see it.
I think it kills the whole hand.
Yeah, but
I even folded it.
someone, you have to be careful, like you look at 2 red aces. Because typically if you bet a foul hand, you can see the then the hand goes to your hand is killed. Yeah, if you bet a
If
foul.
a player knows that the deck is foul,
In other words, if a player bets a foul hand,
Doesn't realize it.
well,
Who says?
That's been raised.
what ends up happening is that, I mean, sometimes obviously the angle is, that's how maybe you can bet everybody out of the clock, thinking you get money.
right?
So to prevent that, if you bet a foul hand, that's a problem.
3 players.
You didn't make an innocent mistake. Let's say I look at 2 black knives, well, my black. You know,
Is that like a rules of poker?
no,
thing,
that's
or local?
that's in the rules also. It's in the
That's in
Congress
our-
rule. It's in our rules. I know it's in the Congress. I guess internet discussion on it.
But assuming that the person says, yeah, I can never say it.
It's also can be kind of
Time.
Three in there?
Once.
No, I had ace king all the way. I just figured no one had none of that, so I just bet it.
I was on a straight draw.
I figured on some kind of draw.
Yeah, I was on a
Obviously,
straight
if you
draw.
have like 2 red nines, and red nine comes out there, you can know something wrong. It's very easy. If I see 2 black, I'm not looking for the spades themselves.
Some people, when they play, they don't lift it higher
still
than
happy
just.
at 3 9.
I don't. I never.
You know, a problem where you really hate to see that ruling made, but that's the ruling.
When I don't lift my hand, I just, what was my 2 cards?
If I had 3 9, I wouldn't know.
Well, it was like, you notice that you had 2 red nines and red nine came out. But like, if I see 2 black nines, I think club spade. My nine is not that good.
Once I get to 3 of a kind, I can make a flush. I never even see the flush. I'll never look at it. I'm looking for 4 of a kind, 4 houses on my trip. And I start
See
looking
what
at
the flop is like.
or
I see.
The pot's been raised. Three players.
Red carpenter, call the operator, please. Red carpenter.
Okay.
It's better ready.
Sorry about that. Oh, you beat me. Right call.
I try to check it all the time when they bet. And I even try to take a mulligan every now and then if I get one, but Greg,
I was pretty good hand for flop and flop
Cannot get
third.
lucky, you know,
And I had
on the
2
draw.
flocks on the turn and a space flush.
I didn't get it on
Draw.
foot
If
speed
I
or
get
on
3
the
of
river.
spades, I had space flush.
And on top of that, I had a pair.
Pretty good hand. Yeah, it's all that stuff.
Thanks, sir.
I used to do it last time here. Take a look at it. I'm not gonna play with
Give him something I could even connect. Maybe he'll
it. You got a new
you're the one
setup.
that asked for the setup.
You got a new setup.
Oh, was I the one?
The pot has been raised.
I'm just getting bored.
Okay, we're heads up here.
If you're gonna play some bad cards, might as well make it look great and enhance the hand.
2.
We're gonna raise it. 3 bets. Cap.
No cap.
Okay, no cap. 4 bets.
I'll give you some to go with it.
Raising another threat.
Okay, fellas, what do we got? 3s.
Nice hand.
4-card fly bet. 3s. Thank you very much, sir. Did you see any of these?
No.
Okay. The pot's been raised.
What the heck?
4 players. Three players left. Pot's been raised.
That card.
8 more. Okay, 3 players. Pair of jacks. Take it back, right? No.
You got a pair of jacks?
Yeah, they both had
Both had jacks.
Okay. One had a pocket jacks?
He was just trying to liven the pot up a little bit. Gave him the winning hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rick. Gentlemen?
I didn't know if you were finished. I just set that over here.
Small blind, sir? Option here. Okay, we've got 7 players in this hand. Pod's been raised.
I call.
3 bets here. Five players left. Looks like a raise to me. Three players left. That can change everything right there. It's Chuck to you. Okay.
I got the nuts on this one, guys.
Pocket jacks.
Pocket 3.
Pocket 3s.
King 3.
How high is your flush?
Queen high.
King high. The king's
Queen
out
high.
there.
Queen high.
Queen high.
I said queen high.
I thought you said king high.
No, I said. I'm sure if you had the ace, you would have 3 bet. Yeah, on the river.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're back live at the bike. I'm Denny Williams.
And I'm David Tuckman.
Did you see that last hand?
That was crazy.
Wasn't that something else? My goodness. King 3 offsuit. Plays it all the way to the river, makes a full house against 2 flushes.
He's running hot right now, it looks like. I'm only going to be here for a second. I just wanted to thank you all for answering the trivia question. Shermer High School was actually the answer I was looking for.
And for those that just tuned in, the question was...
Oh, I'm sorry. The question was where Breakfast Club, what was the high school? What was it called?
Oh, okay.
And in the movie, it was actually called Shermer High School, which is, somebody said that. And then I got tons more information than I was actually even looking for, and thank you all for that. I appreciate it.
I was hoping I'm like,
And I'm going to leave right now and get handed over to Bart and Denny.
All right.
And have a good night, everybody.
Maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Heads up.
Mate.
The guy beside us had fun.
no, we had pocket nines, I would have lost because the board was king 9. Fred pocket nines,
you have that's right. You're
I
right.
had trips. So you had jack high, you had
I have open-ended straight flush, top my flush, but the wrong flush.
I figured if you have ace high, you'd 3 bet me, but you did not, so I knew queen high was good. And of course, Gregory throws in the here on the river.
Hey, Bart.
I'm back.
One is straight.
Did you eat?
Actually, I went out and I played a little 20-40 hold'em, not at this table.
Boy.
At a much tighter table.
You just missed a great hand.
I'm sure I missed a bunch of hands.
Two flushes, and your buddy in seat 4 made a full house on the river.
Oh, wow. And look at his chip stack. Look at
King
his
3
racks.
offsuit.
Look at his racks. And I'm sure everyone was jamming with him, too.
Yeah, Grace was in and seat 8 was in. They both had flushes on the turn.
Unbelievable.
Man, I've never seen so much money on one table in a long time.
Well, how about last night?
Pots raised.
Well, that was a different game. I'm talking about a limit. This is a limit game.
Yeah, but...
All that background noise, I don't know if you can hear it or not. There's a pay-per-view fight on television. That's what everybody's cheering about.
Yes, there is.
You are first. 2 players.
Looks like we got a flush draw against bottom pair here. And seat 4 is going to lead with his flush draw. Seat 6, which I keep forgetting his name, he's kind of a calling station, Danny. He's going to call. So Seat 4 needs a club here on the river. And it's not going to come, and it's going to give Seat 6 jacks up. Although it's kind of a scary card because the 10 is a straight, so let's see if he just flat calls here. He calls. And Seat 4 continues to kind of just bluff Denny. Bluff, 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 bluff. 2 pairs is going to take the pot down. So, Denny, how many people were there? 302 people tonight in the tournament?
Now, you knew that answer, right?
I came in and heckled you.
Or was that a lucky guess? 302 players in today's No Limit Hold'em tournament, 300 buy-in. We had 388 rebuys. Prize pool is $207,000, and first place gets a hefty $77,000 today.
Do the blind.
Just so sure you got a good hand.
How many rebuys?
388.
388. Big tournament, huh?
Yeah.
Pot's been raised.
Oh, Action Grace is going to raise with...
You're in.
Denny, you've taken my seat.
Ace King.
I don't have my
Here, I'll
glasses,
trade
so
with
you're
you.
going to have
Come
to take...
Come on, blind boy. I'm the old man. You're the young kid.
I forgot my glasses at home, so... Ace King against an 8, and she's going to take it down without him. Oh, look at this, Greg. Greg made a little bit of a mistake. One of the few mistakes he ever makes. Somebody did call. It's going to be heads up. And Grace is flopped. Wow.
I don't know why I'm thinking Rick's the last action to call.
What's this guy calling?
Well, I think Grace checked and called, and now
he's got a diamond draw.
Now he's got a diamond draw. Grace had a gut shot with 2 overs, hit her king, and now she's got 2 pairs.
2 top pair.
Top 2, that's good. So, seat 9, Denny, I keep forgetting the guy's name. He's one of the crew guys. You know what I'm talking about, the crew?
No.
Those guys, his name is Keith.
What's the crew?
You know, like those guys from Dutch Boyd and Scott Fishman and the other guy, Brent Youngblood.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be crying about my...
You know, they kind of made an appearance last World Series, and Fishman won a few World Series events this year. Kind of these young guys that are supposed to take poker by storm. And Scott Fishman's actually done a really good job. I mean, he placed a lot. He placed in a lot of tournaments. Won a lot of tournaments last year.
No. Oh, I said I was bitching. I'm sorry.
Heads up.
Heads up.
No, I guess when you
Seat 2 against seat 9. Hey, look at this. Seat 2's flopped a nut straight, Benny. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And seat 9's going to call one time, probably with overcards.
There's an 8. There's a straight. Hurts him more and helps him.
Half an hour.
Raise.
An hour or so.
Look at this. Seat 9 is going to raise. He just has a gut shot with overcards.
3 bets.
And now seat 2 is going to re-raise. So seat 9 was trying to put a move on seat 2. I can't see seat 9 really calling here. Because any 7 is straight, Denny, now that the 8's
right. He definitely got some information. Cost him.
I mean, C2 flopped the nut straight. So, I mean.
tell your wife, I won.
Hit the ATM. You won 20s?
Yeah, it's the ATM gives him.
I flopped it.
And he folds, and C2 says he flopped it. And there's been a lot of people showing cards tonight, Danny. And C4 was kind of a crazy one. He called a huge pot with 9 high, jammed it, and called with 9-4. He had no pair.
This might be it for me tonight. I don't know. I don't know if I.
Hey, well, we know No Limit Hold'em's real hot right now.
Very much.
Let me tell you just exactly how hot it is. I'm watching Jay Leno last night. He's got this little actress. She's an 8-year-old girl. And you know what she does for fun with her brother? They play poker. No Limit Hold'em. She's talking about the flop.
Somebody, too, I remember seeing on a late-night show a few months ago, one of these child actors was named their goldfish Doyle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the
Oh,
same one?
Same girl.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
the
that's
same
a
girl.
repeat then.
Must have been a
Okay,
repeat.
okay.
Her brother, that's right. In fact, they had a big old funeral for it and ended up flushing it down the toilet. That's right. Same one. I think her name was Abigail or something like that.
Yeah. Of course, winning the green is still going on, Denny. I'm going to probably play in the Omaha event tomorrow, $500 buy-in.
I hope that's when you play in, because I don't think I'd let you play in the ladies' no limit at 12 o'clock.
Right.
Any of you ladies out there, we do have a tournament just for you tomorrow. It starts at noon, or 12:15 rather. It's a no limit hold'em, $150 buy-in, 25 entry fee, no rebuys. It's part of the Lips Tour, which is a ladies group that tours the country. So come on down and join us. And as Bart said at 4:15, it's a tournament for everyone. Omaha, high-low split, $500 buy-in, $40 entry fee, and no rebuys.
C2 is going to lead here with his 5, and it's good. I don't think he's going to get any calls. Denny, the thing about this game is that almost each pot, even if you see one raise in there, pre-flop, you got a couple callers, usually a bet on the flop. Each pot's at least $200 or $300, and we've seen some pots that are over $1,000 tonight. And, even though sometimes I talk to Tuckman about it, it doesn't necessarily play bigger than the 500 no limit game, but it definitely can. And the pots are consistently larger, I think, than on a pot to pot basis.
Now, see, for
you
me,
say average, it probably doesn't work out because some no limit pots can be $10,000. That's going to skew the average, but on a pot to pot basis, I think that this game is a little bit.
I normally would never play a game this big.
Yeah.
So if I did, I would take a $200 buy-in and take my shot and
do like a short buy. Yeah. The only thing is that you can really pretty much pick one hand and commit yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It would be about one hand.
Grace has got an open-ended straight draw. I'm sure she's going to bet it with an ace. When you get the top end of an open-ended straight draw with an ace out there, or any type of real draw with an ace out there, it's great to bet because it's difficult for someone without an ace to call. But of course, at this table, we see a few callers.
Right.
And seat 2 is called with Queen 9. He's got second pair and an overcard. Seat 4 had 3-9, and he mucks. Very surprising. Now Grace has top pair in an second pair in an open-ended straight draw. She still has the best hand. She's still going to continue to lead. And you wonder, Denny, if the guy called on the turn with Queen 9, why would he muck on the river if a 4 clubs came? Right?
I guess he was just hoping for him to improve on the river.
To 2 pairs or trips or something, but that is not going to be a profitable play in limit hold'em.
No.
Again, we talk about no limit. Well, you have some implied odds because you could win all those chips, but in limit hold'em, you're only going to win $40, 40 or $320 at the most. Excuse me, $160 at the most in one street. So didn't quite like that play. So you've been playing a lot of poker lately, or you just been busy?
No, actually, I've been a little too busy to play poker lately. Ever since they hit that big no limit hold'em jackpot.
What do you do? Just sign in? Race?
I guess I'll wait for it to build up again.
And you have to be online. I'm going to turn computer on, and I'm not online. But in my office, they got the computers online and my kids online. So.
Look at this. We already have 16 pages of posts.
Wow.
Looks like we're probably going to break a record here. And last week, on Saturday, we didn't have many at all. And that people said, well, maybe it's not because people aren't interested in limit. Well, they'll figure it out. Look at it. I think it's because it's really kind of a crazy game. 4-way action. Looks like it's one raise pre-flop. And no one really has much of anything here. So it's easy to tell how big the pot is. If it's been raised in 4-way action, it's a $160 pot. Grace is going to lead with pocket 2s here, Danny. We talk about Grace being action Grace.
Yeah.
She's always going to bet. Yeah. And actually, I use this advantage. She's got pocket 2s, and there's a bunch of overcards. She's going to bet. And she's going to continue to bet. And C2 only has ace-jack, so Grace has still got the best hand here. And that queen's probably not going to, she's probably still likes her chances. Let's see if she shuts down on the river here. Oh, it counterfeited her hand, Denny.
Two pair with an ace.
And now the ace is small pair is no good, Grace. You got counterfeited.
That's bad river for me.
Yeah, and she shows pocket twos.
Ah.
And a guy with ace jack, I don't know what he was doing, just calling all the way there. I mean, we got a couple of calling stations here.
She had him till then.
Yep.
Thank you.
You really didn't think I thought you had a queen, did you?
Well, what are you doing calling with ace jack, buddy?
Let's explain to the newer player what counterfeiting means. It means the board paired and basically
ruined her hand. Her hand didn't even play on the board. I mean, you use the best 5 cards in any combination, 2 in your hand and 5 on the board. And there was queens and 3s on the board there with an 8 as a kicker.
Right.
She has a pair of 2s.
Which wipes out her lower pair, and now the ace is the 5th card.
She plays the board, queens and 8s or queens and 3s with an 8 kicker. He plays queens and 8s with an ace kicker, so he wins. And that's why we talk about how when you have bottom 2 pair, you're vulnerable to being counterfeited because of the board pairs. Now you really only have 1 pair.
That's right.
I mean, you have 2 pairs, but everyone else has 2 pairs as well.
Correct.
And you can be outkicked, so.
Rick's stealing my flag.
Looks like it's going to be limped here. 4-way action. $180, $80 pot, excuse me. And C2's got top pair here. And look at this. Rick is going to lead with ace jack. C2 flat calls. Well, unless he's got an intention to raise Rick on the turn. Ooh, now C2's got to love his hand. And then he's going to raise. And I would think that the chances the guy holds a 4 are very slim because there's 3 of them out there.
Right.
And then Rick's got to be confused about the fact that why wouldn't the guy raise with a 10 if he had a 10 on the flop? And that's why I think he's calling, Denny, because I think he thinks. Well, he might have overs to the 10, which he does. Let's see if he check calls here, if he check mucks. This is going to be interesting. Let's see if he calls, if he thinks his ace might be good, or if he was just calling for overs after the turn. Again, that's got to be his thought process. The guy probably doesn't have a 4. Would he have flat called me on the flop with the 10? The guy ended up doing that, but it's kind of your question. And he does. He calls. He thinks his ace might be good. And, I don't blame Rick for doing that. The hand was played strangely. Sometimes there's a little bit, you're trying to figure out what the guy has by what his actions are. And normally, he's not going to play that type of hand that way if he holds what he holds, which was queen 10. So I don't fault Rick for that call.
Gonna come in behind button.
Again, though, the guy in C2, he's put a few moves on, but sometimes with some of these players, Denny's like the guy in seat 6, they're just calling stations, and they're never going to put a move on you if they don't have a good hand. So you really should never really pay them off.
Last week was
Just some of the faults with people who are action players, like sometimes like a Grace who gets into a situation where she'll call, pay off a lot of hands.
What happened to the
Rick's got pocket queens.
That was going to be Thursday.
C2 with ace king.
And he just flat calls there. A lot of people will 3-bet that hand to try to get position on Rick. I would have 3-bet it. He's got ace king off suit.
Jack 8 suited for seat 6, who called. 9-6-4.
But you had one night where you showed that, right? I heard about it. I didn't see it. No, I don't.
Look at this. Jack 8 is calling, Denny. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor runner straight.
10 more calls came in.
Picked up a pair now. Now, normally, if you call one time, you shouldn't call with a couple of overcards on the flop. You don't have really the odds for your 6 outs. And you don't even know if a king or an ace is good if it comes.
Right.
And he calls anyways, though. So Rick might get chased down here, and he does, and that's got to suck for Rick. He's got to be, the guy should not have, And look at this, he's going to pop it up, and now Rick's going to be confused again. Would the guy call all the way with ace-king, and now all of a sudden he's going to raise me? Did he flop a set? But if he flopped the set, why would he slow play when 7 would have brought a straight, or 7 or 5 would have brought a straight out? So he's all over the place here, and I don't blame him. He's going to pay him off, but it's like, what are you doing to me? That's what he's got to be thinking to the guy next to him, What are you doing to me?
So 2 in a row for Rick, losing. 2 in a row.
I mean, Rick got rivered that time, but the guy played both hands so, kind of unorthodox. And Rick's looking up at the camera and shaking his head. He's playing it. I mean, the guy played unorthodox both hands. So it's just sometimes, it's tough to figure out where you're at with guys like that sometimes. But you got to make adjustments.
That's it.
Yeah.
They can't all be predictable.
Yeah.
There's a big boxing match out on the TV there, so
yeah, I saw that. It was a lot of guys.
If you hear all the crowds cheering in the background, they're not cheering this 20-40 game.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that we usually will put all of the pay-per-view boxing matches on.
We put
like on
quite a few
night.
on, yeah, Saturday nights.
So if you ever want to see one of those, come down to the bike, and you normally will.
Oh.
Normally we'll have it on. I can't remember what fight was tonight. I've been so disillusioned by boxing in the last few years. I mean, there haven't been any good heavyweights,
Queen Jack 10, I think, is a Chavez fight, I believe.
Okay.
Who he's fighting, I don't know.
No, it's called.
King 10's got bottom pair and an open-ended straight draw. Seat 6. And again, we don't see 6-6 raise where some people might raise there on the button. But he just calls. I think seat 2 was the original leader here with the jack. And seat 6 is a calling station, so. Now it gets checked to him. Now he's going to bet. And he might get seat 2 to lay down the best note. And seat 4 is going to call Denny here with ace high. Got a gut shot straight draw. It's always got. And he has no overcard. There's the 9. So that's going to give seat 6 a straight. And he checks that there's 2 spades out there. Denny, I never really got into that whole thing of organizing my chips really neatly. Look at that nice pyramid that Grace has in front of her in seat 5. A lot of times some people, I don't know if we can get a zoom in on the chips, but the chips, around the edges of them, they have the little bit of brown color there.
Yeah.
And sometimes people will line up the color on the edge.
Right.
Yeah, now you can see great on the bottom of the screen there. They'll line up all those, there's 4 little black ridges there.
They'll make designs.
Line them all up. Yeah, make designs, and I'm all over the place.
I mean, I stack them like Grace does, and usually in a pyramid style.
I use the racks, actually.
But I don't get into twisting the chips and lining up the slash marks.
You don't have enough time for that, right?
Grace?
Grace is raising here. She's got Jack 10, King 10, something like that. Jack 10 offsuit. Jack 10 offsuit. We see her bring we see her bring in a lot of hands.
First time I've
for raises.
Yeah, it was I actually got more than 3 place money.
All that time.
Okay, there you go. Now we got it. That one like an
They chopped it like 6 months.
I would assume Grace is going to continue to lead here. Again, she will lead with almost anything if she doesn't have. She's not raised. And seat 6 is just gonna. He's got a pair of 6s. He's got the best hand now.
2 plays.
Oh, there's a 4.
Just for you. 6s? 6s is good.
And he didn't really have any business calling there on the flop day. He kind of got lucky. And somebody mucked a 5, I think, on the street before.
Yeah, seat 1 had a 5-8, 8-5.
Well, no, Rick couldn't have been in with that hand, but I thought someone had a 5 even earlier. No, I guess I was wrong.
please.
Anyways, I see, I see a lot of comments about the hand with pocket tens from that we had on earlier, Danny, when Rick 4-betted. Just want all you 2+2ers to know that I actually, Dave and I are going to also disagree on different ways that they're going to play, and I like the 4-bet by Rick because of people who are knowing what I'm talking about, because of value. But that's just my opinion. Anyways, what were you going to say, Demi?
I was going to wait till this hand is over and then
okay.
Put a little plug in here I wanted to talk about. Eight, 6, 3 flop. Nobody has anything. King high is going to win this unless somebody wants to throw a bet out there.
You're winning the little ones right now. The little ones and the big ones.
Folks, just want to remind you, we finally have it available, archived shows. We have hundreds of hours on backlog, and you can subscribe at our site. It's $14.95 a month, and you can watch any of the old shows that we've had on here. Just click on the banner. It says archive banner at thebike.com. $14.95 by credit card, and you'll be all set. Plus, we have some special features coming up and on there already.
Over the next few weeks, we're going to add some, different benefits that, subscription will people who are subscribers will be able to have.
You've seen some of the past shows, haven't
yes,
you?
I have. Of course.
You Coco's brother?
Seat 9, new player. He's I don't know his first name, but he's very, very tight. Extremely tight player. There we go. Thouch.
Tightwad.
Thouch.
His name's Tightwad.
Thouch.
Now look, wait. Zoom in on his chips in seat 9 there.
Yeah, look at his.
And look at the design he has. He's already he's waiting in the wings, getting them all ready.
Couple
there.
of the stacks. A
That's
few
what
of the
we're
stacks.
talking about. Yeah.
Look at that. Who's got the time to do that, Danny?
I guess he does.
Well, he plays so few hands.
A tight player, he gets bored. He's.
Flop is
974.
974. And Rick has raised on the button. He's got 8-9. He has top pair.
2 claims.
And then he's going to be heads up against seat 4, who's got middle pair. And look at this. Seat 4 is going to lay down a pair. Earlier in the night, Denny, we never saw anything like that when he was calling with 9 high. He might be able to have actually picked up the rank value of the hands throughout the night over the last few hours. Higher pair, beats a pair.
He probably went to the Welcome Center here at the bike and asked for a ranking of hands card. We have that available.
And we really do, don't we?
Do we have that on our website, though? Do we have
I think there actually is a little cheat sheet, too, that we have
That
available.
might be something interesting to put up someday. A little link where they can go find the ranking of the hands for the new players.
But, Denny, we have, probably somewhere around $10,000 on the table here.
Yeah, those yellow chips, by the way, are $5 chips, if you hadn't figured that out. And each stack normally represents $100.
King of Hearts exposed.
King of Hearts exposed, the dealer said?
Yes.
Rick's going to play another one. He's got 5-6 suited. Now, this is the type of hand where Tuckman said he doesn't even like to play. I'll play it for cheap for 1 bet. Especially Rick's got the button. I'll play for 1 bet, and that's what he's done. And if you hit something, you can play with it. And if you don't, you just get rid of it. But you never would, I don't think it's ever prudent to play that hand from up front. Unless you're in the last few positions for 1 bet. Any quick remarks?
Split the card, please. Split the card number 10. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay.
So seat 7's got top pair here, Danny. And he's going to lead George, the 2+2er. Straightforward play, leading with top pair. And seat 6 is going to call Denny with king 8 a little bit. Doesn't really have any type of draw.
I don't know what he's looking for.
Yeah. Got an overcard. And again, Limit is much more of a mechanical game, and what I mean by that is that you don't have to concentrate on chip stacks. It's like we saw the guy in seat 4 make call on the flop with 4-5 and then muck on the turn. You might want to do that, like I said, in a no-limit game where if you think you might hit 5 outs, you could be in a huge pot. But in Limit, it's very, very straightforward, Denny. That's why I like it. It's bet your top pairs. You're usually out of there if you don't have your top. I mean, of course, it depends on the situation, but if a solid player's betting and he's into the pot, chances are he has a jack, especially if there aren't many draws out there. So,
yeah,
you wouldn't want to call bottom pair in that situation.
I think a limit is more important. No limit is all the good.
Raise.
Well, it's just go on till
Playing after the lights go off, right? 55. And we'll be playing.
Split card in the candy.
Oh, yeah.
Three-way action. No raise. Again, Denny, you don't commonly see these types of hands being played pre-flop. A 5-jack offsuit from under the gun. Excuse me, he was in the big blind. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
King suited Denny in Limit is one of those types of hands where on the button I might play it for 1 bet. And I'm not talking about big Broadway cards. I'm talking about like a king 3 suited.
Yeah.
I might play for one bet on the button. Of course, I'm on the first one in. I might bring it in for a raise, and it looked like Sparky just limped there on the button. But again, that goes back to the fact that the blinds, these guys in the blinds here, they're never going to muck to anything, so maybe that was the best move. It might be a little bit too good to muck, but at the same time, if he raises, he's not going to drive anybody out, so... Good old Jimmy in seat 4 on the button.
3 players.
Limp with ace-6 offsuit. This usually is a hand that you'd want to raise if you were in first in, Denny, from the button with an ace. Especially if you've got George in the big blind, who's normally going to lay down a deuce 7 suited to a raise. Now this is interesting because seat 6 actually has a better hand than George. It's got him out-kicked. And I would imagine that the ace-6 seat 4 is going to call all the way down here. And
4 and 6 both pick up a gut shot. Straight draw. Right?
Wow, seat 4 lays it down. Seat 6 got the best hand. Oh, and he lays it down. Well, maybe these guys are paying attention a little bit to the players that don't play that many hands and that don't show down a lot of losing hands, Give them that much credit.
And this is the 2+ tour?
This is the 2+ tour, yeah.
So that's what they look like.
Well, he's actually a poster. Well, look at the shirt, too. He's actually a poster on a different internet thread, too. Internet Texas Hold'em, apparently.
So that's what those guys look like.
Well, of course, Rick has a large presence in 2+2 there, too, in seat 1.
You have to do like this for a 4?
No, thank you. If you call, you don't have. If you don't call, you don't have to.
Well, that's not necessarily true, Mrs. Dealer, but we'll straighten her out. We actually like to see a lot of the cards just to, because it gives us information. Like Rick mucked ace-jack on the button last time for a raise.
Yeah.
3 raise, 3 bet.
Ooh, 3 bets out of the small blind from George. And he's got Ace-9 offsuit. He's re-raising seat 3. Wow. So seat 3 raised with King 10 offsuit. Seat 7 re-raised out of position here, Denny. Looks like he's going to take the pot down. Changing it up a bit, trying to use his tight image. It's not normally a hand that, in the small blind, I'm even going to call for a raise. Ace-9 offsuit. But he raised with
2+2 boys, pretty hot now.
Yeah. Denny, you know what I had to eat tonight for dinner?
No.
Steamed cod, broccoli, and I got the rice this time. The white rice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You know what I had to eat?
Double cheeseburger.
No. Pink's hot dogs.
Pink's hot dogs.
I'm just a walking heart attack. That's all. One day I won't be here, folks. Hopefully it's a long time away. Hey, look, you get a 50% vote.
It's going to be another one of these limped pots. 4 players, $80 pot.
Queen 7-5 on the flop.
And our producer, Evelyn, who manually, again, types up the cards, she's gotten pretty good at multitasking. She's surfing the web with one hand and her left hand and clicking in the cards in the right hand.
I noticed some Girl Scout cookies back here. How old are these?
Those are Tuckmans here.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then I'll eat them.
Seed 8's got a queen here. He's going to continue to lead. Top pair. But seat 4 is caught at the straight, Denny. He had a gut shot straight draw, and he caught it on the turn. So seat 4 is going to put in a raise, and again, you know, his erratic play could be doing it with 2 pairs. It's tough, you know. Seat 8 does just have 1 pair with kind of a weak kicker. See what happens here. 9 comes, and this is actually going to give seat 8 a straight as well, and it's going to be a chop pot here, Denny.
Raise.
So seat 8 leads with the straight. Of course, this is one of the crew boys. Seat 4 raises.
Oh, he pulls the hat down. I wonder what that means.
And it's going to be a chop pot. Chop, chop.
I got lucky. 9 help.
Seat 8 got lucky. That's right.
First time you gave me a pot and you had to chop it.
Yep, you got him on the turn.
You got me on the turn.
Hey, I got one thing to say to everybody out there. Support those Girl Scouts, because these cookies are sure good.
So that's 1, 1, and 1. Everybody wins.
Everybody's happy.
We have the Thin Mint variety in the booth.
Yeah.
I actually like the peanut butter tagalongs and
Oh, yeah.
coconut
Those are,
Samoas.
oh, yeah.
Coconut Samoas.
I agree.
You know, it's funny. I was talking about how the Samoas, you put them on a paper towel and it leaves a little bit of a clear stain on a paper towel.
Really?
Yeah, there's so much coconut oil in them.
I mean, did you purposefully arrange
And I was saying before, when Homer Simpson went on a gain weight diet to go on disability, he used to use the test where he would rub the food against a piece of paper, and if you could see through the paper, then it was all right to eat.
If the food can eat the paper. Just think what it does to your stomach. I remember one time we used to have multiple scripts in here.
Yeah.
Now we're down to like 3.
Over here, there's no chop, right? Hey, if you hand, I see the flop.
Only blind is okay. Just small blind, big blind, but not in the pot.
If you hand, I see the flop, and there's no chop over here.
You're trying to figure out the accent on our dealer. It's from
2 hours ago,
Thailand.
when you first started.
Wanza from Thailand.
See, Nun's going to play a hand. He's got pocket 6s. Small one. 7, 9, 5, 3 spades. He's actually got the best hand, 6s.
Seat 4 is a straight flush draw.
Yes, he does.
6 of spades. That would make it interesting.
Yeah, well, Seed 9's smart enough to know that a 6 is not going to necessarily improve him
Especially if there were 4 spades on board.
Right. Wow, and a call with a couple of overs and no spades by C2. Very questionable, Benny. And there's this flush. 2 red overcards in an unraced pot. It's just, you're asking for trouble to call with that. Again, it's different as opposed to betting and taking a shot at it. But to call with it, you need a much stronger hand to call in Texas Hold'em than you need to bet. So, C4 takes down another one.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
How late do you think the tournament's going to go till? Started at 4:15.
I think it'll go to a 4.
4?
Yeah. I think it will. Maybe 3. Well, last time we did this, the tournament started at 7. They hit the final table at 5, so that was 10 hours.
The real question is, the winner of the lowball tournament yesterday, did they make it without falling asleep? Did they make it without, another oxygen refill?
Well, we take a nap break.
Yeah.
Where we give them naps every once in a while.
This one's going to be chopped around. No action. Denny, I saw you playing in a lowball satellite when I went in there earlier. I love some of the exotic games where you have same game satellites. It's just always fun. One table lowball satellite.
I didn't win it, though.
No.
I made it down. I went out 4th, I think. I started out real good. I built up some chips, and then...
Is that the first game, one of the first games that you learned, too, when you started playing poker?
Yeah.
Lowball when it was right here for the first time, right?
It probably was the first game I learned. Years ago, like 10, 15 years ago, lowball was the game in town.
Yeah.
I mean, all these tables you see out in the casino, they were all lowball and draw pokers.
And it just totally disappeared, huh?
Once Hold'em came along, it slowly but surely disappeared, yeah. Now, when you find a lowball game, live action game, it's usually one of the bigger games, like 150, 300.
I think there is actually a small card room in town that still spreads it.
Yes,
like
there
a
is.
15, 30 level, but talk about old crusty creatures in there, right?
Yeah.
A couple of dinosaurs. So we're going to see a raise out of the big blind from seat 3? No, we're not. Excuse me. It was a call. Someone raised and he called out of the big blind.
King 9-7.
And I think it was seat 9 that actually might have raised there with ace 8. And he's going to put a bet in. No, but seat 6 is going to call Denny. He's got a gut shot straight draw. I don't think seat 4 is in anymore. And now seat 9's got to like his hand even better, the ace. Seat 6 is still calling all the way down with a gut shot straight draw. Again, we talk about this with a 2-suited board. It's just, even if your club comes, even if your straight comes, if it's a club, you never even know if it's good, Denny.
Right.
And he doesn't get it.
Jack 10 picks up the straight.
No, he didn't get it. He didn't catch it, did he?
Ace, king, queen,
excuse me,
Jack
he had a double.
10.
Yeah, he had a double gutter on the turn. I'm sorry. The ace gave him additional outs. Didn't catch that.
Ooh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Oh, actually, Denny, I'm sorry, I misread it's like I said, it's very difficult. He had a double gutter on the flop. He wasn't a gut shot. He had 2 inside draws on the flop. Excuse me. So he was drawing to 8 outs, and he caught one of them. I apologize. It'd be a little bit difficult to pick up those double gutters. That's why it's so. Those double gutters are, Doyle Brunson talks about them in, Super System. That's why they can be so deceiving sometimes. Even I couldn't pick that one up. He did have 2 sides of an inside straight draw there on the flop, and I couldn't quite pick it up. But great example of a double gut right there, and he made it on the river.
Raise.
Seat 8's going to raise here. He's got king jack offsuit. Sparky's in the small blind. He's going to muck. I don't know if seat 4 has ever laid down a hand in the big blind to a raise, but he actually has an okay hand. He's got ace jack offsuit. 3-way action. And he's got top pair with a great kicker. Let's see how he plays it. This is going to get seat 8 in trouble because he's flopped top pair as well with the king. And seat 4 leads. And seat 8's going to raise. I was wondering, I was seeing if seat 8 might actually wait to raise there until the turn, thinking that his hand was good. Now let's see how this develops. Check. Wow, just a check call. You know, earlier in the night we would have seen seat 4 check raising here. Oh, and another jack. Wow, this is going to be huge. A lot of fireworks here on the river, I would expect. The case jack. And he's going to check raise. He's going to check raise the crew member. Now, maybe the crew member thinks that the guy has a straight or had a small set for a full house. Nope, he's going to re-raise.
Can I get a Pepsi?
And it looks like seat 4 is going to call a re-raise here. Crew member's in trouble here.
Really have me beat? Phil?
And he re-raises, and that's what the crew member's thinking.
Gas, one of the two.
He's thinking... He's thinking, did he fill up? Does he have a straight? That's a horrible river for that guy, Keith. Ace Jack. Case Jack on the river. Wow.
Why, Captain, you see that?
You know, it's just nothing. Just one of those things, Denny.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Especially when you got a guy who's been playing really erratic.
Yeah, back for you.
Ear to bow thing.
Yeah, I have been there.
I tried to put my cheek toward him.
King Jack?
What was your kicker?
Yeah, King Jack.
Joker.
That's the one I had.
It's tough to raise with King Jack and be up against Ace Jack in the blind, have a Jack flop, Denny, and then have a Jack come on the river and give yourself trips.
Yeah.
And you lose to Ace Jack from somebody up front who's been playing rather erratic the entire night. You know, Denny, I did have a couple people pop in on me on Party Poker live at BK Bart.
Yeah.
Your handle name is Tourney Guy, right?
Yep.
If anyone ever sees us playing on there.
I played last night a little bit.
Did you? 3-6 or something?
Yeah.
4-way action.
You usually find me in the 3-6 jackpot game.
Oh, the jackpot game.
Yeah, might as well.
50,
if you're
right,
going to play
right.
it, might as well.
Yeah. Take a 50-cent drop on those games. Thing. Ace 8. Seat 5. Grace has got the best pair. We got the best hand right now. 3, 4, 5, 6 has got an open-ended straight draw now. Grace is going to continue to lead. And again, seat 2 is just calling, with a couple of overcards, Denny. And seat 4 is going to call open-ended straight draw.
I think I need a river.
And that river isn't going to help anyone. Grace has the best hand. Let's see if she checks it. She's going to check it down. And she's got a winner. This guy in seat 2, I mean, you talk about having leaks in particular people's games, and this guy, he just keeps calling with overcards. Overcards,
Hey, I want to thank everybody for your emails. I got one from Louise in Glendora. She was asking to explain what the Lips Tour was about. She heard us talking about it earlier, didn't know what it was. Lips Tour is a ladies group that goes around the country and holds ladies tournaments. And we'll be hosting one tomorrow at 12:15. It's a $150 buy-in, $25 entry fee. No limit hold'em and no rebuys. So ladies, come on down tomorrow. And the regular Winning of the Green tournament tomorrow will be Omaha High-Low Split at 4:15. That's a $500 buy-in, $40 entry fee, no rebuys. And Bart Hansen's going to be there.
That's right.
He's going to win it.
Of course, I'm going to continue to gripe about the fact that I'd like more chips to start off with.
You're not the only one that gripes about that.
Oh, really? I thought you said I was the only one the other night when I said
everybody would like to have more chips. I need more time.
Grace has got pocket queens here. Couple of ladies. Wow, and seat 6, excuse me, Grace has pocket 8s. Seat 6 has got pocket queens. Okay.
I'm going to set up a tournament. I'm going to give them like 5,000 in chips, start the blinds at like $5 5 and 10 and just leave them there. See how long the tournament takes.
And ragged flop. Grace is going to lead. And look at this. Seat 6 just calls. Now, I wonder if he's going to set up Grace for raise here on the turn. I don't know if he's capable of doing that. Ooh, ace is going to scare people here.
Yep. 3 hearts.
Oh, you got to bet this with the queens, with the heart. He's going to bet
hearts,
it. Yeah. Yep. And Grace, this is what I'm talking about, Denny. Grace needs to lay this hand down. Because seat 6 is really incapable of making a move. Dave and I were talking about this. And she does. Okay. You know, like I said, Grace has got a style that works for her. She's a rammer and jammer. She's very, very aggressive. And the one tweak that I have with her game is just that she pays off a little bit too many hands. She pays off some hands that I don't think she can possibly win.
She's either incredibly rich or she must be successful at her game.
No, I think she's successful at her game. I mean, I respect her as a player. I think she's a good player. She's a very aggressive player. We all have problems with our game. It's just one thing that...
Speak for yourself.
Oh, okay. I just think that's the one thing that she could work on a little bit, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. I was
The only problem I have with my game is I never win.
Now we're going to have Brian, what's over?
No,
The boxing?
the boxing.
Who's winning?
The Mexican.
Yeah,
Be more specific.
Somebody asked who's winning the fight, and Grace said the Mexican.
Oh, it's a Mexican against a Filipino, okay.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they still kind of resemble each other. Filipinos are half Spanish.
Yeah, the last time I watched the fight, Filipino.
5-way action here, no raise.
Morales is...
skinny.
Yeah, Morales is...
Grace is flop top pair here. She's going to bet.
Yep, I have top pair.
Here's an example. You got the crew member in seat 8 who limped in with king, queen offsuit. He just has overcards. He does have the king of clubs. He's probably going to muck if he's, usually solid players will do that. Obviously he's going to muck to a check raise, but just saying that in an unraised pot, you really shouldn't chase overcards. And seat 7 raises with ace 4, Denny.
And Grace even said I have top pair.
Well, George is trying to make a move because Grace is so aggressive, but Grace has got him. And I don't know if George is going to check call all the way down here, but... And there's another 9.
Yeah.
So that might even make George be more willing to call.
He's betting.
No, he's betting. He's betting. He really doesn't think Grace has anything.
And Grace
If
flat
I give
called
me a
him.
heart attack again, young man, I swear in my life.
Well, it is kind of,
I can't even check raise the guy. I can't even raise it. I don't know.
Well, yes.
Ace
And,
9.
well, still, any 7, but still, I don't know.
well, not a 7. It's a straight, but a straight would have been there on the turn.
Yeah, well, right.
I just think that he thinks that Grace plays, super aggressive and that Grace could have been making a position bet there. And he just bets in on the,
Deuce earlier.
bets in on the river.
Still have to drop from the hand. So I'm never ever going to limp in again with a hand that I would consider playing in this line.
Well, seat 9 has completed his design with his chips, I see.
Yeah. Let's see. Look at seat 9's chips.
He's got the
got 'em all
barbershop
out.
pole going.
Yeah.
He's got them all.
Oh, that guy has a lot of time on his hands.
Over, huh?
didn't look good.
I know. He was bleeding.
I mean, Denny, you have to tweak it. Like, I've never actually seen chips necessarily designed that manner. I've seen people who line them all up, but you have to tweak those chips so that they're slightly
I know.
off center each one.
I've seen Chris Ferguson build. It's like a chip tree. I mean, it would branch out and everything. It was amazing.
6 players.
Chris Ferguson.
Another unraised pot. Chris Ferguson is actually a great low ball player. He wasn't here yesterday, but
no, world champion.
Yeah.
Chris has another talent. He can actually fling a card and make it stick in the wall.
Excuse me.
We also can cut things with his cards.
I would hate to be a dealer to make him mad. Not that he would ever do that.
It's like a 4-10-8-8 turn.
2 of you.
Seat 7 looks like they've... Seat 7's got trips here.
Check.
6 on the river. That's
Oh,
a
seat
straight.
7 isn't in the hand. I'm sorry. Seat 7 was not in the hand.
Seat 8
So
mark
seat
2.
6 has got top pair. He's going to take it down.
Seat 8 would have made a straight.
And there's George. He's going to get a little design going there.
Now look
too.
at his chips.
Yeah, he's trying to show the guy up. Isaac says. Nebbiolo is quietly squeaky tight over there as usual in seat 1.
I think the Philippines just did not make it.
He didn't make it. They stopped it?
No,
He lost.
He just lost 12 rounds.
I think Grace is Filipino.
I thought it was going to be.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
At the beginning, then.
No, I knew he was going to lose because Morales is really, really good. He's amazing.
Morales on the scale. You know how he's
good. He's really good.
Go ahead.
He's
No one's Denny again. This is a great loose passive game right now, Denny. It's kind of the type of limit game that you want to be in. You can actually play a lot more hands.
Yeah.
Not much pre-flop raising, not much aggression.
Actually, I'd like to play this.
That's what I'm saying. It's a game that you really would like to play in. It was kind of crazy aggressive in the beginning, the first hour. Now it's just kind of turned into loose mush, as I say. People are just playing all kinds of crap, and there really hasn't been any pre-flop raising.
There's nothing out there.
Yep.
Show.
I don't think I have anything.
King high?
King high.
King 7.
No.
King 7.
Both kings.
No, like the 7.
Kings, deuces,
That's right.
jack.
Deuces with a king, queen, jack. Yep, chop, chop.
Actually, pair of deuce, right? That's what it is.
Danny, I can't believe you didn't know what the crew was.
Well, the only crew I could think of was Motley Crue. I do know who they are.
Are you into hair metal? You know,
No, but I was in radio for a long
That's
time,
right,
so
yeah.
I know.
I just recently got a satellite radio, Denny, and there's a channel that plays all hair metal. It's great. That and old school rap are my favorite two stations.
I used to like punk rock. I used to like the Ramones.
Oh yeah, well that's kind of different.
To me, the Ramones were a heavy metal Beach Boy band. That's what they sound like.
Three-way action here. Well, the Ramones, of course, you pick up a guitar, and after 2 weeks, you can play their songs, or after 2 minutes. I guess it depends on your talent level. Ace Queen against Ace King, and Ace Queen's going to check and call here. And Ace King's got the best hand. Grace must have raised here. I must have missed it. And Ace King's going to do it. Oh, excuse me. It's going to be a chop pot again. River.
Two
She
pair
got
on
river.
the board. Two
Yep.
pair on the board.
10s and 2s with an ace.
Turn and then river. Turn and then.
I just went out and bought a keyboard, so I'm teaching myself how to play the piano.
Oh.
And I'm trying to learn The Long and Winding Road by Paul McCartney.
There you go. How about November Rain by Guns N' Roses? Axel's piano solo. I learned that too. You must know Guns N' Roses.
Oh, yeah,
though, of course.
No. Nothing on the river.
Guns N' Roses was one of those bands that they kind of were in the 80s, thrown into like that hair metal type genre, but at the same time, they're just so much better than all those bands,
Yeah.
Poison and
One card
Motley
only?
Crue.
Okay, here you go.
God, you're
You know.
bringing back some memories.
I
I like some of those songs.
I think Appetite for Destruction is one of the best top 5 albums ever. And people can debate with me all about that, but that's one of my top 5s.
There she is. Raise it. Well,
Pocket Kings for seat 7.
But then we can beat him and an ace or a queen with that board.
Didn't you say you were a disc jockey at one time also?
Yeah, in college.
3 players.
I used to love just, putting on a good song, crank up that monitor. And
Yeah. Ace 4. This is the type of thing where if you see a third ace, a jackpot would apply. Of course, there is no jackpot in this game, but just kind of as an example. Seat 7's got Pocket Kings, and George is just going to flat call. And seat 6, I think, was the one that was the initial better with Pocket 3. So look at this. He's actually making a move. He's actually making a move. He's betting right in. And if George has kind of been observant, you wonder, is he going to call him all the way down here, or is he going to? No, he's just going to call him all the way down. And there's a deuce. And if he checks, I think George knows he's got the best hand. Yeah, George should probably put a value bet in here, I would think. Yeah. And that's what he's going to do. And I like the bet at the end. That's the first bit of maneuvering that we've seen from seat 6 all night.
I got a pocket here.
Pocket kings.
Hey, I want to thank 2+2 for reminding me to tell you about Live at the Bike. Yes, it is cheaper than porn, as they said. You can now subscribe and check out all the archived versions. We have hours and hours of stuff lined up for you. $14.95 a month. Get you all signed up. And I believe we have a special segment with Howard Lederer on there. And then we have
DVD, instructional DVD.
Shirley Rosario with the heads-up match from the college charity of Challenge for Charity that we did.
We're going to have a lot, this is a relatively new thing. We're going to have a lot more benefits for subscribers, a lot more material coming up in the next few weeks.
And it's also a great educational tool. You can go back and check out how people played, and, especially if you're a local player, and come in here and play with these guys. Anyway, check it out. Archive banner at thebike.com. It's $14.95 a month, and please sign up.
Pocket 8s. Again, we see a limp. Again, we haven't seen any pre-flop raising really in the last hour. Grace has got Grace raises with ace-9, maybe trying to trying to knock out some of those other overcards. But with this table, I don't think anybody's going anywhere. I actually would have 3-betted with my 8s here if I was seat 6.
Rick's got an open-end straight draw.
And a flush draw. He's got an incredible amount of outs, and he's going to 3-bet.
3-bets.
4, 5, 6, 7 with 2 hearts. And 5-3 is in there with an open-ended straight draw as well, Denny. And seat 4 is in there with top pair. So it's really interesting hand. Actually, not top pair. Well, he's top pair on the board.
5 players.
But 8s is in there with an overpair. And 8s is still going to have the best hand here, Denny. Rick didn't pick up his draw. So we could see seat 6, and I assume Rick is going to take a free card here on the button. Yep, he does.
That's respect.
And Rick didn't get there. And 8s has got the best hand.
They all checked around to Rick because they respect him because he's such a tight player.
And there's no way Rick's going to... I was going to say, I don't think Rick... Yeah, Rick can't get anybody to fold these hands, though. Now, this is what I'm going to say where Rick... I don't like the move by Rick because there's no way that seat 4 and seat 6 are going to lay down any type of pair. I'll defend Rick... I'll defend Rick with the 10s, and I know Tuckman got on him, and he said it was a asinine play. I disagree with Tuckman. That was a bonehead play by Rick right there. And you guys from 2+2 can get at me all you want, but you probably got to agree with me right there. I mean, I understand the position bet, but not with these players in front of him.
2+2, you can tell Rick that Bart called him a bonehead.
No, I didn't call him a bonehead.
The play was a bonehead.
I defended him before, but I think that was kind of a little bit of a mental lapse by Rick there. And I think he knows it, too. He's shaking his head.
Like my boss would say, he had a brain fart.
Exactly. I think he's upset about why he would put that bet in.
I'm going to call.
6 comes already.
Yeah. I mean, the pot was rather large, and someone can make an argument, well, he's just putting in a...
Dude, stack your chips. You got too many there. We can't see your cards.
Seat 9's in the hand, and he's going to raise. He's got pocket kings. We talk about seat 9 being really squeaky tight. And he's got kings. He's going to get 4 callers. And he loves it. He's smiling. He's got kings. I'm like, what chance of my king's going to hold up here against 4 players?
I don't like when you call.
Well, no one really should call here with anything. But seat 4 is going to call with ace-9. Grace calls with ace-8.
3 players.
There's only 2 aces left in the deck.
I don't
Chances
get it.
are one.
Well, now they got diamonds. Now, seat 9's got the king of diamonds, so he's got to feel pretty good. Wow, and seat 4 is the one that raises with the 9 of diamonds. I was thinking that Grace was going to try to put that play in. And, oh, no. Okay, he calls. I was going to wonder if he's going to muck. He thinks he might be done to the 10, but... Ooh, now he's got to look good.
Yeah.
Now he's got King's Full. I got to feel it for seat 9. The tight player comes out in the end. I was thinking that Grace might put in a check raise there if seat 4 had.
But now he's got a stack of those chips and put them in a
I know.
Right on time.
And I think he probably now realizes no one had a 10.
Without the river, I would have folded.
No. He said, you bet the river I would
My
have
first
folded.
pot, new setup.
I am asking for the settings.
Without the river, I folded.
Big one. We can use the other deck.
Oh, we haven't used both decks yet? Yes, we did.
No king on the river, they better fold.
And I believe him. That's what he's saying. He said, no king on the river. I think he probably called. He really is a tight player, and I think he called because he had the king of diamonds in his hand, Danny.
Yeah.
If no king came and no diamond came and they bet the river, he might fold. But again, though, you can't give credit to seat 4, though. It's just... Same thing with Grace. If Grace had done the same thing to me, I'm going to have to pay her off. Because I know that she's going to make that move. Ooh, a couple people have flopped flush draws. C2's got an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. Actually, C2's the only one that's got the flush draw. And he just calls there. Doesn't raise at all. I would have raised for value there, Danny. Queen's going to come. That isn't going to help anyone. Wow, look at the massive draws. It doesn't seem like anybody's hitting. Rick got a massive draw. C2's got a massive draw here. He's got one card to go. And look at that, Danny. The King Jack is going to take it. Missed his draw completely. Totally open-ended with the flush draw. And here comes the whining, Denny. Here comes the whining.
Break out the violin.
Yeah.
That's what we need, a little sound effect card.
What do you got?
King high.
Well, I'm saying your king was, I had a king too.
You think I didn't have nothing, huh?
Here comes Tim with a new setup.
Let's find out what the hand is.
I always wonder where the cards go after they're done with them, if they kind of go into the magical world.
You know why they have a new setup?
Nothingness, but I heard that they get shredded.
Grace, you don't like when I win a part. You know?
We have a special shredding room or
Yes,
something like that.
when we're actually done with them.
Yeah.
When they just change the setup, that doesn't necessarily mean we're done with them.
Right.
We take them back to the card
Count
room.
'em.
They
Right.
count them, clean them up, look for marked cards,
Right.
get rid of those, and replace them with good cards.
It's got to be very stable at the bottom.
About every 10 years or so, I think we no. I don't know what the life expectancy of a deck of cards is around here.
Small blind, sir.
Maybe a week. Cards are expensive though. They run like $16, $20 a setup.
Well, chips are expensive too.
Oh, chips are very expensive.
Extremely expensive.
Oh, he posted.
I will.
$16 a setup, like per 2 decks.
Yeah. $8 each.
Do they use any?
It might even be more.
Do they use any type of cheaper cards in tournaments, or is it the same cards as the
No,
cash games?
We're using the same card.
Yeah.
Well, different colors, but
Right.
same.
Obviously, tournament chips are cheaper than cash game chips, though. They're not as thick, and they're not
Yeah, I
as
would imagine
quality.
so. I don't
Yeah.
know how much live gaming chips are.
Pocket kings for seat 3, and of course an ace flops. Now he doesn't know. No one has an ace now. Seat 5 though, Grace on the button has got diamonds, and I'm sure she's going to raise.
Raise.
Let's see if she 3-bets here, or
I'm
if
sure
she,
Rick
no,
will
she's
fold
just gonna
his
call.
fours.
Of course, Rick is going to fold his fours.
3 players.
Ooh, there's
King.
trip kings right there for seat 3.
Grace.
Seat 2 had an ace. Excuse me, I didn't catch that.
Grace goes stay in there.
Seat 2 had an ace. Well, Grace has got a flush draw. Grace is not going to make the flush draw. And C2 is going to pay him off the ace-8. It's kind of a bad beat for ace-8 after that flop, Denny. Turn card with the king. Could have lost the Grace, though, with diamonds.
I will, sir.
Here comes Brian into the box. Got about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes left in the webcast. Of course, we stream live cash games every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. And we do a whole variety of games, Denny. Sometimes, like I said, Saturday night has almost become our limit night, middle to high limit, limit play. We usually do our big no-limit game on Fridays, and Wednesdays is usually a smaller game, whether it's a 200 game or an 816 game, and we did the huge high-stakes limit on Thursdays for the first few weeks, and we're going to try to get that back over the next few weeks. I apologize to you that have been expecting that. Just an issue of getting a card shuffler in on this table so they can have more hands per night.
I'm not sure where we're going to put it. We got microphones, cameras. Put it right in the middle of the table. What the heck? Queen 8, 2 pair.
Where is it?
Still good.
Seat 9's leading with an 8, and like I said, Seat 9 is so tight. He was in the big blind, just kind of trying to bet on an unraised pot, and he's probably going to get away from this. No, he's not. No, he's not. And now another overcard. He's just going to call, maybe just for information purposes. Sometimes you get caught up in a hand, and it's just mentally you're in the hand, and even though you shouldn't pay him off, you do.
Maybe he's trying to show you he's not as tight as you thought.
Rick's got big slick suited. Under the gun, he puts it in for a raise. Crew member on the button's going to call with Queen 10 off. I really hate, Denny, I hate that call. Especially against a tight player like Rick. He hasn't played a hand, Denny. I mean, yeah, you're on the button, but come on. Queen 10 off. Scott Fisham's going to have to tell that guy how to play. Of course, you always can mix it up, though. Now, Seat 6 has got a gut shot straight try, and he makes it on the turn.
Wow.
Well, Rick,
Go first, sir. Go ahead.
See, if Rick is going to continue to lead with Ace-King, again, it's... Now, obviously, if he raises, Rick's going to be able to get away from this pretty easily then. People might call me weak type, but I might have shut down there on the turn with two people back with Ace-King. Again, Rick, I mean, these guys are going to have any two cards in their hand. It's easy to know that Rick can't be possibly thinking to call this, and he's going to get away from it. I think I would have shut down there on the turn. I do. And the problem with even betting on the flop is the guys are going to call anyways, regardless of whatever two cards. And the rabbit cam showed 6 of spades.
Ace of spades.
Ace of spades. Well, that would have even got Rick even more involved, and he would have lost more money. It's like I said, it's the type of thing where you put a bet in the flop to try to drive people out. Well, 6 is going to call with anything. We've already seen that.
Yeah.
And now, you're going to bet the turn. I don't know. I think I might have shut down there earlier.
Four players.
4-way action.
4-play.
Doesn't look like it's been raised. Ooh, Seat 6 has flopped a nut straight, Denny.
Yeah.
And Seat 3 is going to lead with a pair of queens with an open-ended straight draw. Seat 8, the crew member, has got an open-ended straight draw. He can't call here with 2 diamonds, and he calls. That's just... Well,
Replay.
Please, comments, come about this guy's play. Bring it on. I really don't like the call, Denny. And now he's got a pair with an open-ended straight draw. He did have the jack of diamonds in his hand, though. I don't think I would have called a double bet there. It's questionable. It's not necessarily the worst play in the world, but Oh, he's going to call. He is open-ended. It's not a gut shot, so he's not going to get there.
I bet.
He's going to muck it.
Show.
Not straight.
Straight.
Sparky's going to lose. C6 takes it down. Now, actually, you know what? I'm going to take back what I said about that on the flop with C8. It's questionable to call a raise, 2 bets. It's not the worst play. I think I can get a little bit biased when I can see all the cards, Denny.
A little easier, huh?
Yeah. Again, though, there were a few diamonds out there. And it's a type of situation where anyone else who has a jack, Denny, if you hit your straight, you're going to chop the pot. So you're playing for a chop pot. Unless you think you're the only one with a jack. And the guy raises. So, you might put him on a jack anyway. So I wouldn't have called a double bet. But, it's debatable how bad a call it was.
Raise.
C9 with what, ace, king, or jack?
Ace, king.
Ace, king. Off suit.
4 players.
Hey, look at it. He's just going to limp. Well, that's pretty passive play. On the button. Big slick. Doesn't raise it up at all.
Queen 9-4. Seat 4 has a 9. Seat 6 has a queen.
Look at the mount. Actually, after this hand, I think we're going to try to do a little chip, a little bit of a zoom in on seat 6's chip stack.
Tour dated chip.
And seat 4, too. So now he raises with a couple of overcards, seat 9, even though he didn't raise pre-flop. And again, it's the type of thing where you're not going to be able take the free card. Okay, he does. That's good. I was going to say, you're not going to be able to bluff the guy out of the pot. So, check, and he's going to take it down with the queen. So he earned himself a free card. He's king. See if we can take a look at how many chips seat 6 has got in front of him now. That reverse angle that we can sometimes do. Well, he's got a rack to the right there. And then I can't quite tell because here we go. Well, I guess he doesn't have as much as I thought, but he definitely has well over $1,000. 1,500 maybe, something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, actually, more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, between 15 and 2,000. And the guy was almost down to felt at one time. So.
Raise it.
Grace is gonna raise with. It's like pocket jacks. Oh, queen jack offsuit. Much different than pocket jacks, Denny.
Thank you.
Again, she's a rammer and jammer. Let's see what seat 8 flat called with this time. Ace 4 suited. I don't like that really flat call either. We've seen him call on the button with queen 10 off from a raise by Rick. I don't like a call with ace suited either to a raise. It's even questionable if you should play that hand. Now what is he going to do with one pair? Now C2 leads. C2 actually has the same hand. And 3 raises with the top pair. And Grace gets away from it. Grace quickly mucks, which is a rarity. A bet and a raise with top pair by seat 3. Yeah, seat 8, thinking maybe he has odds to take off one card for a double-sized bet to try to hit trips or 2 pair. He calls. Wow, I just can't believe that guy would think that ace 4 could possibly be good right now. No, he's going to make a move, Denny. He's going to make a move.
Raise it up.
Yeah, and again, it's just a question of, do you think that Sparky's willing to lay down? He's going to lay down a 6. I mean, what is he going to put you on, And he's only really drawn to a 4 now, which one of them, which we know is gone.
What was that, Gray? Ace king? 6s and deuces with an ace.
I got to question seat 8's play there on that hand, too,
Yeah.
Denny.
The crew wouldn't like that.
Well.
He's thinking, man, all these guys are watching me live at the bike. The pressure is just too much. I played it bad. What are my boys going to say?
Well, I mean, I got to give the guy credit for at least raising on the turn as opposed to calling. But, you know, it's a question of, you know, first of all, do you think you have the best hand? Are you raising as kind of a semi-bluff because you've got an overcard and you might spike trips or 2 pair? And you think Sparky's going to lay down a 6? And, you know, it's just... Or, I mean, Sparky really represented, you know, either a 6 or maybe pocket 7s or pocket 8s or something. Would he lay that down in that position? Probably the answer is no. So.
3 bets.
Make it.
I know you didn't make it. We waited.
We got 3 aces out, 2 kings out.
The big blind seat 4 made it 3 bets with ace 4 suited, it looked like.
5 players.
So 5 players times 3 bets on the flop, Denny, is $300 already in the pot right now.
Yeah.
This game is good, but I'm just getting
Seat 4 is going to lead.
Seat 6 has top pair on the board there, pair 10 with an ace kicker.
And he just calls.
The minute the camera was off, watch it.
Now, this is kind of, you know,
4 players.
he just calls with top pair there. And ace 4's got a
Seat
wheel.
2. No wheel. There's no 3 out
No,
there.
it's a wheel draw, excuse me. And yeah, seat 2's got trips now.
3 deuces, yeah.
He's going to raise. Now, what I was going to say was that seat 6 could have called there on the flop, waiting for the turn to raise to knock people out behind him, but he didn't. So.
That needs to call.
Get out of the way.
And, one more.
Now that's good. Keep that there.
3-way action.
The only thing that's going to save seat 4 is drawing to a 3 for a straight. He doesn't get there.
Look at that. That might pick up an extra bet for seat 2 there with the 2 pair on the board now, and both
With the
have
ace,
the
right?
ace kicker.
And 6.
They might both call him now.
Yep, it is.
She's on duty. She's on duty right now.
The board doesn't pair. He probably only gets a call from seat 6.
So it was a $300 pot pre-flop, Denny. 3 bets, 5-way action, 60 times 5. On the flop, there were 4 callers. That's 80, 380. On the turn, there were three callers times 2 times a double bet. So that's another 240. You know, that's 640, and then another 3 bets on the river. So
Another 120 there.
About
$800.
760, yeah. Quick math in my head there. Pretty big pot for King Deuce to take down. You know. Got about a couple hands left, 4 or 5 minutes left. Hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. I think it was action-packed, and it looks like we've got a record amount of posts on 2+2.
Fun game.
Fold, you don't have to show nothing.
3 bets.
You don't be getting hand down there.
And look at this. People are agreeing with me that it was a bonehead play by Rick as these things come in with the 5-6 a couple of, I don't know, maybe 10, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I got to say hi to Amazon. AA Maz on. Hey, I like that handle.
I just have to beat ace 3. That's all I got to beat.
Oh, yes. That's Shauna. I know Shauna.
Rick's got big slick again here, ace-king. And crew member's got king-jack. Let's see if he pumps it up. He's got the top pair. And it looked like crew member check-raised here. I see bets in front of Rick. I think it might have got check-raised. And Rick's going to call. He only knows that he's... Look at this. Seat 4 is 3-betting. Now, seat 8 really should squeeze Rick, I think, and get him out if he's the original raiser. And I think that's what he's going to do. He's going to cap it. Now Rick's got to leave. I really think, and he is. That's a good example of how raising works. Of course, seat 4 has no business doing that. And he's hit trip 6s on the turn, Denny. Unbelievable. And I think he's going to check raise. Well, seat 8's all in.
All in for the race. 80.
All in full raise, 80.
Crew member's not going to be happy, Denny. He needs a jack on the river.
It's rich right now.
He needs a jack on the river. He's not going to get there. Spike to 6 on the turn.
You have that gun? You have a gun? I mean, I'm serious.
He said, "You got a gun?"
Yeah.
I'm serious. I don't know if he wants to shoot the dealer, the player, or himself. Thank God we don't have any guns around here.
Is this going to be probably the last hand?
This will be the last hand for the night.
Been entertaining, as always.
Want to remind everybody, live at the bike every Wednesday through Saturday, 6 to 10.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget, tomorrow we have the Ladies No Limit Tournament, 12:15, 150 buy-in, $25 entry. Then the Omaha High-Low Tournament at 4:15, $540, no rebuys. It's our 16th annual winning of the green.
What did I do? Oh, I thought you were blaming on me.
Jimmy's going to raise from seat 4 with King 10 suited. Grace is going to call with King 9 offsuit. That's I just can't see how a call of a raise in the small blind with King 9 offsuit is profitable long term. But anyways,
seat 6 has an ace.
Yeah. And he's gonna. It looks like he bets right out.
Nobody has that.
Seat 3 and 10 have open and straight draw or
gut shots.
Gut shots.
And seat 3 is going to leave with the gut shot. And again, we're talking about drawing to the gut shot. There's 2 spades out there, and seat 4 is going to raise. And he gets called.
Look at that. Another
now
queen,
seat 6
full
has
house.
got to love his hand now. He's going to bet. And what can possibly can C4 really should lay the hand down now.
Not call.
He calls. He doesn't get there. Now the question is, he's going to call all the way, Denny, on the river with King High. We saw him do it with 9 high earlier in the night.
Oh, baby. Oh, you almost let it go.
Oh, okay. What a way to end the night.
Hey, Bart, good luck tomorrow in the Omaha tournament.
Thank you.
I hope you win it. And I'll talk to everybody on Wednesday. I'm sure you'll be here, too.
Sure, at some
we'll
point.
both be here.
Yep.
Wednesday night, live at the bike, the Bicycle Casino, Bell Gardens, California. I'm Denny Williams. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Why are you taking my $20?
I thought you said you gave me $20.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.